That's if you have lost your life. We had a meeting, right?
I'm not. Oh, yes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight for our school board meeting. We appreciate all of you that are here. Today is October 23rd, 2024. We are here for a Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education regular board meeting. For the record, it's approximately 6:09 p.m. I would like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can I please get a roll call?
President Flores,
Here.
Vice President Strait. Here. Secretary Trujillo.
Here.
Board Member King.
Here.
Board Member Porcha.
Here.
Okay, item C is the Pledge of Allegiance. We have with us today, I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
So, President Flores, members of the board, tonight to do the Pledge of Allegiance and our land acknowledgement, presenting the Pledge of Allegiance is Senior Brianna Taylor. She is a member of the National Honor Society who has earned her spot in honors, advanced placement, and dual credit courses. In addition, she's also a member of the Principals Advisory Council at Taos High School and an avid tutor. She's also an Educators Rising National Qualifier. Brianna plans to finish her associate degree in pre-science this year through UNM Taos. In the future, she plans to go to school for education and wants to work in secondary schools. As of today, she has been accepted into the University of New Mexico, Eastern New Mexico University, Indiana Tech, and University of Mary Hardin Davis. In addition to all this, Brianna is a varsity track and field athlete who plans to continue her athletic career in college. In her free time, she also trains jiu-jitsu and ended her last hockey season as an assistant captain in the varsity Taos Ice Tigers. Please help us welcome Brianna Taylor.
I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item D of the agenda is our land acknowledgement statement, which will be read by Mrs. Brianna Taylor.
It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red Willow people within the original territory of South Pueblo. This acknowledgement will oblige as a reminder to our ongoing efforts to respectfully recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Red Willow people whose land and water we benefit from on this great valley today.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Appreciate your presence tonight and being here, hearing all those wonderful things that you achieved and that you plan to achieve. We need great teachers, and with your ambition to be a teacher and that being your goal, we want to wish you the best in all your endeavors and wish you well and look forward to seeing you succeed in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And if we could acknowledge Ms. Brianna's mother, who's in the audience today, and done such a wonderful job. Ms. Melissa Hill, who I have the pleasure and honor of working with the town of Taos, and who's done a wonderful job raising such a wonderful young lady. So congratulations. Item E, actually, before we move to item E, Superintendent.
So, President Flores, members of the board, our public here today, in honor of those fighting the greatest battle against cancer, more specifically in the month of October, highlighting the fight against breast cancer. As you can see, our board, we have joined together to wear pink today. So this is our pink out. We wanted to encourage those that are currently fighting that battle, but we also want to provide a moment of silence for those who have lost the battle against breast cancer. So if you can with me, just a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Leon. Item E is approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any proposed or recommended changes to the agenda? Superintendent?
No, sir.
No. Hearing none and seeing none, I will go ahead and make the motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second,
We have a second from Vice President Sim. If you could roll call.
Board Member Concha,
yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo.
Yes.
Vice President Sprague.
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item F is our public comment. Are there any individuals in the audience that wish to speak during public comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move forward from our public comment. To item G, which is presentations. We have two presentations tonight. Our first presentation is GA, our Taos High School Auxiliary Gym Update. Mr. Fred Cisneros, Facilities and Project Manager for Taos Schools.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, Dr. Layton, members of the crowd. I'm here today to kind of just give a brief update on where we at with our new auxiliary gym, which is going to be housed at the high school. We've started this project quite a while ago. It's been an ongoing thing for about a year or so, but it's taking time. Right now, we're at 100% plans right now. Right now, if you can see up there, we have a few renderings, 3D renderings of what the school or what the auxiliary gym is gonna look like. Maria will go through them one at a time to kind of get an idea of what it is. So this is the inside, looking inside. It's gonna have, right now, there's a bunch of weights and equipment in this back area here, but it's also gonna be designated for a third mat if needed. Those weights can be pushed away. There's a storage closet in the corner there that you can't see. But so, you know, the space is gonna be utilized really good. We've kind of worked together with the wrestling coach, our new AD that we have now. A few other inputs from other people, and you know, I think we've designed it relatively nice for what it's going to be used for. And it's mostly going to be a practice gym. It's not really going to be housed for any tournaments or any stuff like that. Those will be still in the main gym. This is just mostly going to be a conditioning practice facility. So right now, like I said, we're at 100% drawings. The way we designed it or did it for this project, we did a contractor design build group, which means that we had a contractor and a designer all in one. So right now, the design is completed. The contractor already has an idea of what he's going to be looking at for the building. He's already been putting out for pricing. He's waiting on a few last minute things that, you know, most of the suppliers won't give you a hard number till they see 100% drawings. They don't want to give you a price and then something's changed on the drawings and it changes. So right now, with 100% drawings, we're getting those final numbers. He guaranteed me that we're going to be right at budget. What was the $3,807,683 to build the building itself. He said that we're gonna be right at budget. We should, you know, even if something happens, he said he's gonna guarantee that they're gonna stay in that. Working on that final number so we can put it in the final construction actual contract. Once we get that all filled in, that'll be up ready for President Flores to sign. I'm not sure if you want to do it at another board meeting or. Okay, you can- So at our next board meeting, we'll have to put it on the board for that, when we get it. Any other questions, concerns?
Vice President Lee.
Thank you. Hi, Fred.
Hi, how are
How
you?
are you? Sorry, I was in Denver yesterday. I missed your meeting. I wanted to see
I
your
figured
meeting.
you get the scoop today.
I got the scoop, got the big time scoop. Actually, I got it driving home. So you're aware we have a deadline to have that money be encumbered, right? The very last day would be our next board meeting, the 6th of November.
To have it,
To have us have voted on it so that it's secure when it goes to the legislature and they don't say that we're not spending the money that they gave us.
I think that's already been approved, hadn't it been approved already since?
It's approved, the money's approved, but
No,
we
but
have
you
to
guys
put
have already
contract.
approved the actual, amount. or
Right.
The job
But
itself,
the
like,
we have to have that contract signed that and I heard it was, you're getting the contract Friday, is that not true?
well, they're still, like I said, we're still waiting on final numbers, so he can make sure that everything's legit and the numbers are where they are. So,
As long as it's at or under budget, probably.
Yeah.
And
he-
If I may, we were gonna have that, ready for this meeting.
I know,
However, we were waiting for the final numbers
right,
instead of presenting a blank carte blanche.
yeah,
And
definitely.
so as soon as we get those final numbers, we'll be bringing that at our next board meeting.
Okay, so the very next, I talked to the state people today, it needs to be voted on the 6th of November at that meeting, it's the very latest that they don't want to have it come in any later than that. The decision that the board makes. Are you okay with that? Yeah. What are you doing?
So I was just thinking of, we've already gone through a couple of meetings where we've accepted the money from the state. We, entered into agreement with the contractor for the design of it. So I guess, Superintendent Lane, if you could just enlighten the board as to what will be presented to us for board approval.
So exactly what, Mr. Cisneros mentioned is that we were waiting for final numbers so that we could give you the exact cost. Unfortunately, and, procurement does not allow us to give you a carte blanche without giving you numbers to approve.
Right,
And so that's the final numbers that we're waiting for. And I believe at the auxiliary gym meeting that we had, the finalization was to have those numbers so that at the next board meeting, we are presenting the final cost based on the numbers that were given now that all the final renderings have been done.
right, thank you. I just wanted Fred, for you to know that there's a time element that's important.
I mean, and we're working with that as long as, we're having to wait for board meetings and stuff to present these, so, I mean, that's where we're at.
I got it. I just want to make sure we don't lose.
I mean, and the final number, I mean, the number that's gonna be presented on that contract is, like I said, $3,807,692.21 is
Right,
what we are, that is the max, which is the maximum allowed construction cost for this.
so if you begin to get worried that contract's not gonna be ready and you get worried, will you let President Mark know? Okay, thank you both.
The contract is already there, it's just, and then I think the attorneys have already reviewed the contract. Their question was that there was a few blanks on the contract, which were dollar amounts
Right.
and a few things like that. But I think the contract was already looked at and that part has been already okay, just.
Is it with the builder right now, or is it with the that
The
company
builder
that,
right now.
yeah? Okay, well, I just wanted to voice it to make
Is it-
sure it doesn't get lost in the crack.
Would it be necessary to, schedule a special meeting just to?
It is possible, once, get a little bit more information
Okay.
after this board meeting. If there's one, I will definitely ask you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you all.
Secretary Trio.
It had been noted or that this gym could be used for other purposes. Is that gonna be possible?
That's gonna be up to the new principal and the new athletic director, how they choose to, be able to allow, what they want to allow in there as far as using the gym.
Because they're and part of the contract is part of the design. It's not just specific for the wrestling. It could be used for other purposes.
And like I said, it's at the high school, it's gonna be, the new president, the new principal and the new athletic director, however they choose to utilize it. I mean, it was designed for the wrestlers, but it also can be used for much more.
Okay, good.
Vice President Cindy has a comment.
Yeah, just for clarity, so everybody's on this, knows I sit on the committee for this auxiliary gym, and the money was given to us by the governor straight for this particular purpose, for the auxiliary wrestling gym to be named actually after Dan Baroni. And that was the conditions under which she gave us the money. And so what the committee has done, correct me if you think I'm wrong, we all talked about it a lot, and what we came up with was this is sort of phase A, the auxiliary, the wrestling gym, and then we put it in a place at the high school where there's a space to do phase B, which could add, they could share lockers at different times, obviously, but we wouldn't have to put in different bathrooms and lockers for both sections of the building. But we went to a lot of work to try and make it eventually that it would cover more than just one sport, but technically we have to call this the auxiliary gym for wrestling just because that's how the governor gave us the money. Okay. Do you agree with that I just said?
I mean, that's my understanding also.
Yeah.
I mean, I just have to be careful on.
I know,
What I say and what, like I said, it's housed at the high school.
right,
We have a new principal and we have a new athletic director.
right.
And, they can choose, I mean, if they want to let it be for something else, they can. I don't think there's gonna be a problem with that.
Well, we
But-
did commit to the governor that we would use her money the way she wanted us to, and that's
So that's why we
Important.
designed it more as a wrestling. gym.
right. And hopefully, and the idea was, and I've heard that from our lobbyists, that there's a good chance of us getting the money for this part B, that's a good possibility. So we're kind of, most of us that have worked on this project are expecting to do that.
So just to kind of clarify a little bit what you were mentioning to Susan is, so they did kind of design it in that way, but because of, we don't know what the future size of the next building would be or what would be housed in that. The locker rooms and restrooms they kind of designed them just for this building itself. So we kind of wanted it to do that, to incorporate that, but with the architect and, capacity and what we don't know what the future capacity was gonna be of another gym, they kind of designed it individually, but there is plenty of room on the site for a second building to be able to do something
Right.
like that.
And
The
if it
utilities
was-
will be ready for it, all that infrastructure part of that would be ready for additional building.
Right, I just don't want, I actually don't know, I don't know that I agree, I think that I never heard that other people would talk about using it for different things, but what I'm saying is, I watched what the governor wrote and I saw the paperwork and I gave my word that we would use the money for what she wanted it to be used for.
And I understood that too.
Yeah.
Vice
Okay.
President Spray, if I may,
Yes.
and we'll make sure that it's used for its intended purposes.
Mhm.
Should there be anything else, that's to be discussions before we make a finalization.
Well, yeah, and well,
Well, it'll be discussed.
I mean, I'm sure you can
For
do
the
time management, with
possibilities.
time management, you could have other people use it easily, but it has to generally be thought of as the rest of it.
We will use it for its
Yeah.
intended purposes.
Thank you.
So,
For me, I stick to these details really tight.
so if I could just add a few things. So in regards to the naming of that facility, that needs to be brought forward to the board for board approval. So right now it's titled the auxiliary gym until formally brought forward to the board for that designation of the name.
Right.
Which has been discussed and has been mentioned. We did have the Brony family visit the governor on behalf of the school district and lobby for that funding along with our lobbyists. And then in regards to all of our facilities, they all have an intended purpose, but they are all utilized by some of our various athletic departments. You know, when the baseball team has weather-related issues, they practice inside the gym. When the football team can't practice on the football field, they get moved to the girls softball field, they get moved to the boys baseball field. I'm sure there's plenty of times that the boys baseball team has practice on the football field.
Yeah, that all goes,
So to say that it's gonna be solely and intended for only the wrestling program, I think, is something that we cannot implicate because the cheerleaders also practice in the gym, they practice on the football field. We gotta share our spaces equally and accordingly. It is a wrestling practice room, but to say that the drill team can't go in there and utilize it, or the cheerleaders can't go in there and utilize it, I think would be presumptive, and this is an approach we shouldn't take as a board, and direct our athletic program and our athletic staff and the high school principal as to, the board is not in charge of our facility. We manage the budget, we oversee things related to the facilities, but at the end of the day, it's a site principal and athletic director.
Also falls under Title IX, so
Yes.
what's good for one has to be good for the
Right, well, sharing, I wasn't, maybe I didn't, maybe I was unclear, but sharing is one thing. I just wanted to make sure that it was, that we fulfilled what the governor's letter said, that's okay.
So as that goes, I mean, like I said, we're moving forward. We're hoping to plan on breaking ground and doing concrete by the end of this month. I don't think that's gonna happen right now. Talking with the contractors, we got 6 to 8 weeks before a steel building can be ordered and arrived. We have 6 to 8 weeks before the SIPS panels can get on site. So looking at the weather, looking forward, I think between me and the contractor and the architect and stuff, we decided that we're gonna postpone it to break ground sometime in March 17th. I don't wanna have a slab board out there with weather falling on it and exposed to the weather all winter, and have a damaged slab by the time we start building on it. So, I mean, I between us and the contractor and a few other things going on, we just decided to postpone the actual construction starting. They're gonna do probably the preliminary dirt work, which is the over excavation, leave it open, and then leave it sitting there till we start, and they'll come back and fill it and start doing their foundation sometime in March, and long as weather permits.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. And then in regards to, the naming of the facility, when you meet with the committee, could you start discussing that so that as we could go ahead and get that process started? And so when the construction starts, I think there's, depending on where a name placement's gonna go and how we're gonna approach that, I think it'd be good to have that to kind of look
I
at.
mean, if I don't know, can you go back to some of those renderings, Maria? I don't know if you noticed, like the inside, they did a lot of stuff to kind of, or they're gonna try to do some stuff inside like the lobby area to, kind of represent the Baronis, the logging, the woodworking. I mean, they're designing or trying to design, like a 8 or 10 foot log that's cut up that looks like a bench. Some of their, roofing, their, like the, T&G stuff they're gonna use out of, certain lumbers or wood. They're asking us for certain things that they can put in there, some of the trophy cases, maybe a few things that would represent, Dan or something like that. So we're trying to put a little bit of stuff in there, to kind of make that. I don't think this rendering shows that. A little further forward, there was some in the plans or something like that, so,
I could see some like wood
yeah.
brocade on the top.
All that top facade there is gonna be
Oh, the Viva stuff right there.
I think they call that beetle worm, something. And then there's supposed to be a bench in there that looked like a log, that was cut out of a log and made into a bench.
And President Flores, if I may, just like we did with the welding room, we'll make sure to go through that process of getting that in.
And I think the board's all aware, so for the audience and for the record, going back in time, the wrestling program utilized the facility here at the administration building, and it was deemed not satisfactory for the wrestling program, so they were forced to move out of there. We had a new coach, Mr. Dan Baroni, who stepped up to coach the wrestling program. And he was a big advocate for a wrestling facility for the wrestling program. I happened to go to school with Dan. He was a few years younger than myself. We played football together and he was a stellar wrestler. Big advocate for the wrestling program, and he unfortunately passed away in a tragic accident during the time of his advocating for the wrestling program. His family, the Bronies, assisted the school district with advocating for monies for a wrestling facility to continue his work. And, it has brought us to where we are today, so I do want to acknowledge the Baronis and Dan. And we want to, recognize his, advocacy for the students and the student athletes. And we are at a point right now where I think the school district, the athletic program is going to be very proud of this facility. I know Dan would be very proud of it. And, it's going to continue to help, build our wrestling program. So. very
And
good.
just to give you, I mean, we've kind of gone over this at other meetings, but the budget, full budget was, I think, $5 million total. Minus taxes, minus 1% for arts, and all that. So the actual MAC was, like I said, 3,807,692. Then out of that, the architect's portion came out of, it's gonna come out. Then we have what's called soft costs, which is $1,142,307. All that money comes out, some of the permitting, the building permits, the water hookups, power connects and all that. And speaking with Mr. Baroni yesterday at our committee meeting, he mentioned that, maybe we can get together with the town and maybe the electric company. And sometimes he said that they waive some of those fees, government to government and stuff like that. So he had asked if we could sit down with the town and maybe talk that over. So I was thinking setting up a appointment with, Mayor Pascualito and the new manager and
Ms. Martinez.
facilities lady, public works director. See if that's something, and he said he could step in and help us with that if we need to. I'm not sure what they will do if they would do anything.
I'm sure they'd welcome a meeting and conversation, so definitely I would encourage the district to reach out to the town for that.
And then, like I said, there's gonna be other portions that come out of that soft cost that that the district is responsible for, but it comes out of that same allocated money, which is considered the soft cost. And then further is, furnish the building. One of the facades, the first one, I think the first one that comes up or the second one shows some nice landscaping outside with some grass and stuff like that. That's not part of the contract. That's something that we could add at a later time if we have enough money, or maybe, try to budget it for down the road to make it look just like that.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Does the board have any further questions or comments? No.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update. We look forward to hearing more about it. Facility built, and then I look forward to having the formal name presentation brought to the board.
Next board meeting, committee meeting, we'll bring that up and talk to Dr. Layton about that and see how we get that going.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros.
Thank you guys. Have a good evening.
You too.
Item GB is the emergency management presentation by Mr. David Elliott, emergency management consultant.
Good evening,
Good evening, David.
Vice President, Board, President. Other folks, it's nice to be able to talk tonight, so thank you for allowing me to speak briefly. I'm lucky to have worked with some of you and met a number of other ones, but I will introduce myself briefly. The goal is to talk about emergency preparedness, and also potentially some ideas of things that I could do in coordination with the superintendent and Marcus, who are doing a fantastic job to maybe help. So that's kind of the plan. Play on that real quick.
Let's stop, hold on.
No technology.
I guess that probably for those 5, 6, or 7 slides, it might take 10 or so minutes or to get through that. Is that okay? Yeah.
Let me just. I might have to change it for you, huh?
Did that little play button doesn't play?
Okay.
the lower right hand corner there.
I'll go ahead and manually do it for you.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna introduce myself and talk about what emergency management is. Knowing again that all of us have experienced some of that through COVID and any number of other things that have gone on. And what might someone like me be able to do to support, you know, whatever opportunities there may be with the school district for that. And then hopefully there's a bit of time at the end to ask the council for whatever direction on whatever might be the way to move forward. So, first I'll introduce myself. Again, I'm David Elliott. I've been in house about 15 years. Some people may know me from my work at the hospital. I've been the emergency manager at the hospital since 2016. Come from the fire service, volunteer firefighter with Towns Fire with Richard, and was a fire chief across the board in Carson for about 5 years. Was the emergency management coordinator for Taos County and the deputy emergency manager for Santa Fe County. And then sort of moved from there back into Taos, working with a lot of volunteer stuff. So I've done statewide, regional wide volunteer leadership positions with an organization called Team Rubicon, which goes to disasters all over the world. And recently was the president of New Mexico Volunteer Organizations Active in Disasters. So just like the co-ed, in fact, that's what was the entry point for me into the VOAD, working with the Hermit's Peak Canyon Fire. I was the state volunteer agency liaison, so working with State Department of Homeland Security, and then moved over to FEMA, where I was the senior community coordination person. So how do we actually talk to the people that were affected first? And so also have my own company, Resilience Emergency Management, which I used first for a big contract during COVID. I was the regional emergency manager and had about a third of the hospitals in New Mexico as an emergency management support person. So regional emergency manager for the healthcare coalition. So I currently work with the town and the university and a number of other stakeholders doing stuff. And I also just got back from Ukraine yesterday. So I was there for a couple of weeks teaching medicine in Kyiv. So nurses and paramedics there. So I do all kinds of stuff. And really the goal is to and trying to see all these different perspectives on how to make it work for you. And so what I feel like I learned going to Ukraine was you can't take your solution and go shopping for a customer. Rather, you have to listen first. You know, and so what we did in Ukraine was talk to nurses and paramedics and people and say, what training works for you? You know, how do we not act like sort of saviors coming in, but rather listen first and figure out how to be that force multiplier, how to build that capacity. And that's exactly the same sort of energy I'm hoping to bring to an interaction with the school district. Is not saying something is a negative or whatever. In fact, having gotten invited to attend the homecoming game, there's a great system. There's a lot of really good things here. But potentially, what else can we think of? So just to say it briefly, my perspective on emergency management is a disaster is when we have to do something we wouldn't normally do. We know that from COVID, right? Like it's when we have to use people and things in a way we wouldn't normally use them. That's it. It's a resource problem. If we have the resources that we need, then it's not a disaster, right? And we have first responders for emergencies. We have safety and facilities folks for steady state challenges like infrastructure problems in buildings. But when we have to take folks and use them in a different way, that's when I come in. And planning and preparing for those things throughout all of the phases of disaster is something that that authentic perspective may add to. Coming from a community organizing place, which is what my background is. I also find that it's really hard to organize on a negative. Like you can't make people excited about gray skies and horrible things. So trying to find something positive to say through that story, especially as recovery gets long, is a cool challenge. You know, like talking about like infrastructure with the town. You know, we may have bad weather affect our local dam. It was something we talked about very recently. But in reality, strengthening our communication infrastructure and having neighbors talk to other neighbors and doing some of these positive things are good whether it rains or not. And I think the superintendent's done a great job maintaining a positive environment in the schools and what other opportunities might exist to do something positive that also makes us safe. So that's kind of what that is with this state of exception. And so as an emergency manager, we also have to ask, how do we make these decisions to say that something is not normal? This is going to be long duration. This is going to be something specific and exceptional. Who gets to say that? How do we communicate that? Can I have the next slide, please? And the way we sort of do that is with preparedness. So there's an acronym. People who work for the government love acronyms. This is POETE, poetic. And this is the whole game, right? And it's actually more of a cycle than a linear process. So do you have a plan, right? I had lunch one time with the woman who was the charge nurse in Las Vegas during the big shooting there. And she was the charge nurse and emergency manager for the hospital. And I said, how well did that plan work at your hospital? I'm a hospital emergency manager. And she said it worked really great for the first minute, you know, and then it was about how well people could work together, whether they had trust, whether someone could run into a different part of the facility, take what they needed and leave. You know, there wasn't time to use the 3-ring binder, you know. So do we have a plan? And does that plan reflect thorough hazard analysis? That where people are honestly saying, what is the distance between what I need and what I actually have on a bad day? Now, school districts have a rigorous planning process. And so part of that might be not looking at a whole school perspective for any given facility, but maybe some sort of specific gaps, maybe a classroom, maybe an opportunity to use students to help in a preparedness process. Whatever that planning is, do an assessment. Organizing, does the school have a structure? Does the school district have a structure that supports response? They have to, and they do. But what other ways can we leverage that structure to make it more horizontal if possible, to broaden the base of response support, and also to make sure people understand their lane? You know, the municipal school board sets the policy directive for the district. They provide that to our superintendent and Marcus, who again does an excellent job. And they would serve probably as initial incident command or something. And then they would build a unified command structure. So now we have an organization. Okay, so you have a really good plan and you know who's in charge. If they don't have stuff, then you're not getting a whole lot done. So that's what the equipment piece is. And then you have to teach people to use the stuff and the structure and the plan. And then you have to test it. And what the town does is these big planned events. So everyone needs to practice emergency preparedness with a fun concert, which is cool. What the school district also has mandatory exercises that they already do. Are there other lower stakes things that we can do to make that information more accessible? Are there ways we can train active shooter things or other shelter in place things that would make people feel safe and heard and not scared of the reality that we're dealing with, while also still being honest that this is the world, you know? And then you just kind of shampoo, rinse, repeat. You keep doing that. You learn from increasing capacity that the plan needs to change to reflect capabilities. Because the plan can't be a list of things we hope to do. It's got to be a list of things that we are for sure going to do. Right? If I can please have the next slide. And so that's what I was thinking. Again, from just the most recent experience in Ukraine or all of the other different emergency preparedness things I've been part of, and having some great conversations with the superintendent and Marcus and getting to see a few things. I want to be very careful to both support the good work that they're doing and also say, well, maybe just because I've seen different things, different places, you know, worked in Taos as a public safety person for getting close to 15 years now. Maybe there's something, you know, and having a global perspective and being an emergency manager throughout the United States, there might be tools or resources that might be helpful. Ways that the town and the hospital and the university can work with the school district to share things. We've already had some successes there. The school district set a good example with the rape application on phones. But now the university, I'm a contract emergency manager there. They're picking up that resource. Now, teachers and students at UNM Taos using exactly the same stuff the school district does are the same kind of safe, which is cool. And our local 911 center is able to support both because they're the same. So what other situations can we combine resources, save some money, and make ourselves safer? You know, and then again, leverage that positive, you know, like doing free community CPR courses, for students. We did 250 high school students a few years ago. And 37 of them were the instructor. It was awesome. And then we went back and taught them infant CPR. And that's sweat equity. And the students were teaching other students, the students were teaching parents. That's emergency preparedness. That is absolutely getting yourself in a brain space, but also it takes away other. But one of the first things we have to do on a bad day is get past that. This is someone as an idea and start touching and talking and relating with their neighbors, just like teachers are doing all the time. So that's what we're gonna do. In supporting the folks who are already doing that sort of work. So my thought was figure out what the right way to do a needs assessment at the different facilities are. Have conversations with the people who are already leading that effort. Make sure that there's a reasonable thing, and then some stuff on that list, there already is a contractor doing emergency preparedness with the school district, that's state sponsored. And maybe that needs assessment just kind of helps provide a list of stuff that contractor can do. Maybe there are things that it would be better to have a more specific local perspective, in which case maybe resilience, my company could do it. Maybe there's ways that the school district themselves can do it if they had a little bit of support. You know, I think every person wishes they had a little bit more staff support. And maybe I can be that person to support Marcus or whatever the right way might be. So my thought was to figure out what a timeline would be and an assessment mechanism would be, and then present it back to council and say, okay, so this is the good work, you know, and these are these opportunities. What do you think? And then have that conversation. So that was kind of my TED talk. But that's kind of what I was hoping to do, and see if there's a way that I can have. So that was where I'm coming from.
Board have any questions or comments for Mr. Elliott?
I do, just quickly. Thank you. That was an inspiring presentation. And I also want to tell the board, I up close and personal watched Mr. Elliott during the COVID thing. There were like no stones unturned when he was doing that work. So thank you for all that you did at that time, and thank you for coming here tonight.
Thank you.
I have just a couple comments. So I happen to work closely with David Elliott in my full-time capacity with the town of Taos, and I do believe, and I know that our school district is doing everything to make our students and staff safe, and try to overturn any stones and find any weaknesses in areas of improvement. Mr. Elliott is a subject matter expert in emergency management, preparedness, and planning. We did hear a lot of concerns as of recent when we instituted this cell phone policy. A lot of parents are concerned that how safe are your kids at school? They don't have contact with their students throughout the day, or they feel that they don't because of the lack of accessibility to a cell phone, even though that the students do have ability to communicate through the office or through email. It was one of my thinking points is, you know, some of the best IT contractors are hired to hack organizations to try to find weaknesses in that IT structure. And it's done with many organizations. I know that the county does that, the town of Taos, I believe, with the schools, they're always trying to make sure that our firewall is safe and protected. And I wanted to take that approach and I invited David to meet with the superintendent and Marcos Herrera, to kind of just have an initial conversation. And I asked him through the superintendent if he could come and do a presentation to the board, because it's our intention, or my intention, I know the board takes safety very seriously, as to if there's a possibility that we can try to see if we're doing everything correctly. Now, we all believe that, you know, we don't want to believe that we're always doing everything right or we know everything. So it's very important to bring other people to the table that might have ideas or ways that we can improve. So I welcome possibility that the district may be able to solicit Mr. Elliott's expertise in ways that we can find to improve our safety throughout the school district. Just as companies hire hackers to try to infiltrate their system to see where there's weaknesses. I would hope that, through collaboration and working with David Alia, that he could work with Marcos to see how maybe we can improve things that we may need improvement, and I do believe we're doing everything very safely and correctly, and in regards to our safety and security plans, those are things that can't be presented in public because it leaves us up to vulnerability. I believe Mr. Head has shared that with us. So having the board know what our plans are that are in place is something that can't be presented in public, but through the possibility of working with Mr. Elliott, and I will leave it up to the superintendent and maybe the consensus of the board, if this would be something that we may want to entertain in the future moving forward. But there's some talking points on how we can, continually work to improve our security and our emergency preparedness. I mean, I participated in a active shooter training with Mr. Elliott at the local nest, and I was very comprehensive and very layman terms, for lack of better words, if you would understand. That's a concern for, I think, all parents and staff members, active shooters, bomb threats, other threats. So it's just something to think about for the board, and appreciate the superintendent and welcoming Mr. Elliott to present. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
If I may, there's also this element of positive storytelling too, that, again, watching the homecoming game, like selfishly as someone who works at these other places, there's good stories here too. And like the other opportunity why I want to be support with the school district is because there's successes here that maybe the hospital or the university or the town could also benefit from. It already happened with Ray. So that's the other piece of this is that it is kind of a two-way thing that kind of opens up that communication and collaboration as well. And kind of just puts the school district kind of amongst these other folks who are also trying to just do the best they can to make people safer and communicate and deal with bad day stuff. So.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Appreciate it.
So Mark, I have a question. What specifically do you think would be a good next step?
I think the next step would be for the superintendent to, work with Mr. Elliott in regards to maybe what he would propose for the district. I think, like he stated, conduct a needs assessment or an assessment of our kind of planning for emergencies and our preparedness. I think it's always good to be critiqued. I think we should all welcome that. So that we could actually counter and say, well, we are doing this, or this is how we approach it, or hear other ways and means that are being done in other school districts. I know Mr. Elliott, recently there was a threat at Raton High School that he was very familiar and intimate with. And in meeting with our superintendent and Marcos, come to find out that there was a lot of concerns and complaints from the parents at Raton High School that notifications weren't being sent out timely. When we met and spoke with our superintendent, our approach to that far supersedes what Raton High School was doing. So I think that as Taos schools continuing to strive to be leaders within the state, I think emergency planning and preparedness would give ease to our parents, ease to our staff, knowing that, we're thinking outside the box. We're looking for continuous ways to improve, continuous planning. I do know from what I understand that we work with the state. I guess there is a state contractor that works with Marcos to ensure that we have emergency preparedness and planning in place, and we're meeting state guidelines. But we all know that the state kind of has doesn't mean we can't be better than that. We can't set the bar higher. And the concern comes, you never, there's always, David, his presentation was very positive in the sense that, there's positive that comes out of it, but there's a lot of people out there that are looking for ways to hurt our children, looking for ways to create chaos and destroy. And I think want to make our schools to be the safest place that our students can be. And by having a plan in place and turning over every stone, would be very important. So I guess to answer your question, a good next step, I think, would just be to, for the board, and me being only one board member, I think, I can't direct the superintendent individually, even though, I'm the president, I have a close relationship, but just as good a relationship as you all with him. I would like to encourage our superintendent to seek out, maybe some consultation to see how we can improve our, planning and preparedness. Being that Mr. Elliott has worked with FEMA, worked with, state organizations, they invite him to Ukraine to go out there to do, training and planning and preparedness.
Might be able to have them here.
I think,
Homegrown.
it's actually been a thought of mine since, prior to even working with Mr. Elliott, when we had Superintendent Valerie, Trujillo on board, I did discuss emergency, planning and preparedness with her. And, it's actually, things take time. So we are today with Mr. Elliott giving a presentation to the board on, planning and preparedness. And what my end goal is to give Modicus and the superintendent all the tools they need. As a town representative, David is in my back pocket. If I have any questions or concerns, I give him a call, and he is an extremely, great for me in my capacity. And I would like to, hopefully, being the president of the school board, make sure that the school has every asset and tool in their toolbox, so we can assure our parents and our staff that, we're doing everything under the sun to make sure that our school district is safe. And I think we've got to have these hard conversations. They're uncomfortable conversations. We want to think that we're doing everything right and believe that we are, but back to my, example of, we need to hire people, like companies hire people to try to find our weaknesses, to see about ways that we can improve, continuously. Secretary Trill.
Thank you, President Flores. And thank you very much for the presentation. And kind of going back, I'm thinking of the county when it started with their emergency preparedness type of, and the management portion was set up. And it took time, but I think it's a good time for us to kind of come in, because it's a community thing. And just being linked to the hospital, being linked, to UNM, being linked, and to where it's just, things just don't affect just one entity. It's a whole community, as a community as a whole, because you have parents working maybe at the town or at the county or in the plaza, wherever they might be. But you have their children, you have everybody's connected. But we have, I know the county has a very, very strong emergency management department in place. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean we don't even know what kind of disasters there might be out there for us. There might be an huge snowfall, and what impact is it going to have on our community, So we just don't know what can affect us. But I think knowing already that the town has something in place, the county has something in place, it would be so much easier for us to say, this is what, and then with your the expertise, I think it would just bring a link. Just link and just you fitting in as part of their plan to be able to get something really strong for not just the school, but for our community as a whole.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions?
No, it's a very sensitive and scary subject. In regards to Think New Mexico, our district has a really good size. It's a healthy size. Sometimes actually getting big is not better. And I think how we treat each other, I don't want to pick on the rest of the nation, but people, we know each other, and kindness is very important. In regards of, if you see something, you need to say something. And the security, those kids coming in, You know, I've been going to the, we had a volleyball game our daughter plays yesterday. And I went in before with the tickets last Friday, but no, the security guards actually gets to know those kids. And the principal, you guys get to know the kids. So when you see a kid who seems out of sort, you know, talk to them, because those are the kids, when we have trouble, you know, they get pushed in the corner, you know, what's going on, something at home. But, you know, if we can just make sure everyone is in a good space, because we all have bad days. And, you know, we went to school, we learned. It's a different time now, and it's sad to hear about, you know, gunfire by the school, robbery, you know, those things happen everywhere, but, you know, Taos is not isolated, but I think it's very important to, you know, eye contact, smile to a person, and that goes a long way. You know, we're a small town, we will see each other again. You know, we don't have as many road rage because that's someone's cousin. But, you know, hey, be nice to each other, because I think that's very important.
And President Flores, if I may, members of the board, our team has done a very good job of having an emergency plan in place. So what we're looking to do is supplement, which means to President Flores' point, we're looking to see if there are any holes that we need to fill. And so, absolutely with the presentation and the procurement process, we'll see if this is a good fit for our district.
Thank you. Just another point I want to touch real quick. So our kids nowadays, our teachers, they go home and they teach their parents how to use a computer, teach their parents how to use a phone. I think if we could, teach our students, you know, emergency planning, preparedness, and how to react, and teach them, they can go home and share something with their parents, and it just, you know, it goes home from school to the home to the community. So it's, you know, it's good, something to consider, and I appreciate the superintendent being open and willing, and Marcos open and willing to always find ways to see about improving. So thank you, Mr. Allen, for your time and presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Travis.
Okay, we're moving right along to our favorite part of the agenda is our student outcomes part, which I really want to acknowledge Superintendent for making this. This is a new, since he's been on board, we've really been focusing on student outcomes, and this is a placeholder in our agenda where we talk specifically about our students and our school sites. And so our first student outcomes presentation is Taos High School, Principal Emmy Martinez de Herrera.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, board members, President Flores, students, community members, community schools partners. I'm really excited to be here with you this evening to present on Taos High School. So our first slide today is really going to be about our 3 A's, which focuses on our academics, our attendance and activities. The highlight of this whole entire presentation will focus a lot on our Flex Friday program. So this is more informational for the, you know, front loading information for Taos High. So our current enrollment when I submitted our numbers was 752. Our quarter ended October 10th, and we're working on our honor roll and perfect attendance award system that we want to implement. Our iReady testing, we had a goal to increase our iReady. Last year, our numbers were really low as far as our completion rates for that test. At the beginning of the year, we have 89% completed, but that accounts for students that have not been in school or not attending and transitioning out of the high school. That supports our important goals, our WICA goals. Any student that has a 3 grade level or below is assigned a Flex Friday course or session to really focus on improving and closing that academic gap in math and in English. All of our staff have access to allowing students to MyPath during their class. So just this week, we had train the trainer sessions where they spoke to each other and they talked about how to access the iReady platform within, or MyReady within the iReady platform. Our Flex Fridays are focused on MLSS, our academics and our student success across the board. And then also I put this under academics, but our PTSO, which we have members here today. So hello PTSO, there's I think 3 of them. Thank you guys for being here. We have a strategic plan, or they have a strategic plan, which we're working together on, and that really focuses on highlighting our student mental health, our staff support, surveying, housing, and our Flex Friday. So I believe I encompassed all of it. We're here, they're here today to support our programming at Taos High School. Our attendance, we are going to be kicking off our attendance campaign, and that's sponsored by Gear Up. So we're really trying to highlight the importance of being in school every day, every period. Students arriving late, they already know that they're getting lunch detention. We're going to start implementing hall sweeps. So those are ways that we want to ensure that students are getting to class on time and not being late to class. Our high school attendance team consists of 13 members in place, and we utilize Panorama and our Power School system. And Panorama is a really great platform for us to identify students who have missed a certain amount of days, which may be over 10 absences, which would be our tier 4, and are at risk for failing courses. At this point in time, as far as our attendance is concerned, we have about 21 students, which is 3% of our students in tier 4, which have received that 10-day letter. Going on to 7-day letters at 2%, which is 14 students. So we're really trying to close that gap of our students that have not been attending school. Our activities, this is a highlight here, is October 11th, we had our NM Elevate. So our administrators and our deans walked through campuses. We completed our walkthroughs, we reviewed teacher PDPs, which was extremely helpful, and we are doing our coaching sessions.
PDP.
Their professional development plan. So basically, when you have an NM Elevate, they have a goal, so then your staff, your admin is able to support that goal. We've done our coaching sessions this week and into next week. We had our Kids Site Vision Screening hosted by the Lions now in October. Our Q1 grades were due. We had our federal visit from community schools that we participated in. Students on Tuesday, yesterday, completed or participated and the PSAT. So that's for all of our 10th graders and for our 11th graders that signed up for the NMSQT portion of it. We did have our parent-teacher conferences today, which was really successful. Gear Up was there, and they were able to support senior parents with getting their FAFSA number. So when it's time to complete their FAFSAs, they're ready to go. And then we do have a blood drive on the 28th. So now if we focus, if we can go to the, our wildly important goals is really looking at increasing our beginning of the year to middle of the year scores. And we want to look at a 5% increase. What we did look at now is our scores were about, in our English language arts, about 54% of students that tested scored and scored 3 grade levels below. We're at 54%, 61 in math. So we already know that those scores are higher in our math area. And then 1 to 2 grade levels below was 28%, and then on or above grade level were 18% in English language arts, and the same in math. So we have our plan to ensure that we meet this goal by actually ensuring that students are getting into their iReady and utilizing that program, because then we'll take the middle of the year assessment. Our goal, one of our goals, is to create a solid baseline, and we did that. So we were at 89%. Of students testing, which was a huge feat for us at the high school. Our lead measures are making sure that we get as close to that 100% as possible to ensure students are taking the test, they're taking it seriously, and that we look at data collection and analysis. So Ms. Carla and Ms. Melissa are helping us set up those trainings to come back to the high school. And then our admin will attend professional, our PLCs to support our staff and conduct those weekly walkthroughs with our staff as well. Now, I would like to transition over to our Flex Friday program. And just to highlight and to remind everyone, Maria, if we can switch to the next slide, please. Our Flex Friday program encompasses a comprehensive schedule devoted to enhancing our academic growth and fostering a supportive learning environment for all of our students. So when you think about Flex Friday at Taos High School, it's not a 4-day week. It's not it's a really different schedule. We have our block throughout the first Monday through Thursday. And then on Fridays, students have this unique opportunity. And we do have partners here as well. Kit Carson is here, True Kids One is here. Who else? And we have students that are participating in Flex Friday. We also have town and county supports that are supporting our program. So we're very excited. And Mr. Elliott, if he's still here, is he gone? Oh, darn, because I had a piece for him here that would have been perfect. So I will remind him about that. Anyhow, if you look at our current opportunities for students, I know it's small, but there's 4 sessions on Fridays. And for the first session, I'll just give you the tidbit of information as far as what students on campus are participating in. They have the opportunity to participate in cybersecurity, digital marketing, engineering, financial literacy, fly fishing, and then it expands to our session 2, which then adds community services, health, professional, intro to psychology, SAT prep, our Rocky Mountain Youth Coalition, and then tinkering as well. So our quarter 2 is really enhancing the opportunity for our students to take advantage of more learning opportunities, be creative where they want to go. We do, so if you think about or have followed this very closely, we implemented Flex Friday at the end of the year last year, right? So we're about maybe 18 Flex Fridays in, which feels like it's been a lot more than that. So our shifting of and focus sometimes is really looking at what kind of feedback we're getting from our students. Can we move to the next slide? With that in mind, the Taos High School we have pathways, right? So we have pathways that are focused on academics. So our science pathways, our education pathways. So we have different pathways, and we want our Flex Friday program to mirror that. So when we look at that, we are actually looking at increasing some of our opportunities for our students. So for example, if a student wanted to go into the arts, which is about midway through this slide here, they would have garage band, and then they'd have tinkering, free art, digital art. So it'd be very inclusive of what their interest is specific to that. For example, if they wanted the medical services, intro to psychology, allied health, first aid and CPR, and that's where I was hoping Mr. Elliott would be able to partner. We talked about it when he was at our school to get students first aid and CPR. A great goal would be to have all of our students being able to participate in that type of program. Moving along, I don't want to go too far in depth as part of your packet, but the next slide, what we're looking at, I just wanted to share some pictures of Flex Friday and more. So up on the top right-hand side, we actually have a mindfulness class. The bottom on the middle right side, that room, and I think Sandy can speak to the fact that that room was unoccupiable when you first walked in, and now they're working on computers, they're gonna build a plane. It is amazing. Bottom right-hand side, we have our PTSO. Middle, we have our mayor talking to the students about doing internships with their office. Top middle is actually when the Be Pro, Be Proud semi came, so students were able to do that piece. So we always want to make sure that we're focusing on career, not only college readiness, career readiness as well. And that was a perfect implement for our program. Left-hand side was our last, our open house. Middle left was a financial literacy class. And then on the bottom left is our one of our freshman classes. So with that, I'm trying to keep note of our time. I think I might have one slide, or it might be it. Oh, yes, there it is. So our community partners, one of the things that we wanted to highlight with one of our partners that are here, I think you've seen Kit Carson in the newspaper, which has been really exciting. True Kids One, what their partnership is with all of our community partners is huge, and it's greatly appreciated, and it's something that is growing by the week. So True Kids One provides TK1 during Flex Fridays. It has solar engineering, aviation, video, and then they actually even also have interns. So we have a lot of different things going on as far as individual partnerships. So if you see on the solar engineering, we have 2 classes, 15 students in each. Their aviation, I want to highlight that. 15 students in each class, and they're teaching theory and practice of flying, including building an airplane. So not only are we building computers and trying to get out into the community to provide this, but also doing all these other things with our community partners. So I just wanted to give everyone a highlight of Taos High School, our current progress, where we're at with our goals, our attendance, our 3 A's, and then highlighting our community and our students. Ms. Brianna's from Taos High School and a major part of our Flex Friday. So I think, and it's really nice because students that are part of the Flex Friday are able to do different things every semester. So it's been a really great journey for us. So I stand for questions.
I have a question. Do we have would True Kids One or Kit Carson want to speak a little bit about their experience with Flex Friday? Quick minute, quick 30 seconds.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrew Trujillo. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Kit Carson. So I handle all of the cybersecurity, all the networks for the entire grid, all each individual co-ops. And then now working with the schools, what's been great about this program is giving students opportunity to actually have hands-on opportunity. Going into the class, a lot of students just thought IT was just messing around with computers. They didn't really understand how we utilize computers in our daily lives. How everything is interconnected. So giving them that opportunity to build a system from the ground up and showing them how the components are, the functionality of the components, what the components are used for, having them build their own networks, having them build their own cable, so that way they create that connectivity. And then what's most exciting is when they build them and they turn them on and they work and they're able to do games, they're able to do work, search online. Just seeing the positivity of them and getting them engaged is, has been really critical. So moving forward, what we're gonna try to do now is create some cybersecurity initiatives where we're doing some phishing exercises, introducing them to kind of malware, so that way how to protect, how to spot, malware. And then we're gonna kind of take a look into kind of the fiber aspect on what is fiber and show them how basically a single strand of glass can push so much data. So there's a lot of opportunities that these programs bring to the students, and it's just educating them and giving them the more opportunities that they weren't aware of in these particular fields. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I have a question, and I think that only because your name was brought up as far as, trying to keep our children safe from watching certain programs. How can we get that done in our homes?
So kind of just protecting your own internal networks
Yes.
in regards to, content filtering. There's so many different aspects. So it depends on kind of what you're looking at the end goal is. Cybersecurity, it's not just a one click, you're done. You have to kind of assess what your end goal kind of is, and then kind of takes the steps in order to kind of facilitate that.
Because I was thinking, now that you're doing all of this for the kids, it would be so nice to teach them how to work in their home. Everybody has a ton of TVs and all this internet, all these games, everything that goes on, all this TikTok stuff that is just coming through YouTube and everything. And to teach the kids how to just discern and just really look out for danger signals or a danger, what would you say? I don't even know what word to use, the dangers of just, and how it affects them. And by even watching and what these algorithms, how they bring in all this information to them, what AI is going to do. AI is just, to me, is the most dangerous thing that ever, and it's being spoken of so lightly, like, oh, it's the next big thing for us. Excuse me. I have my own opinions on that, but again, these are things that I think these children, and if you have an opportunity to catch them in the classroom, to watch out for them, to me, I think you've got a platform.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we're trying to do is kind of give them another perspective of how to utilize technology. I started off at Kit Carson working in networks, and kind of my goal was getting everything connected. Really didn't focus on the cybersecurity side of it. But now that I'm into the cybersecurity side, it changes your mindset.
That's
And
right.
It's like, who's accessing that information? Why do they need to access it? So it puts another layer of thinking that's involved on it. So letting them know how critical it is not to post anything on social media because it's always there, even though they delete it from the phone, it's still in the cloud. And then everybody thinks that the cloud is basically just a place up there where you save your information, but all that is still machines, physical hardware that's connected into the internet. So it's just kind of giving them a really good understanding of what's going on within technology. And then with AI, it is useful in a way, but with everything becoming AI, how do you protect AI from AI?
Mhm.
So there's a lot of different aspects, a lot of different things that we're trying to promote and kind of get kids to really understand.
An awareness, maybe, just an awareness, I believe. And thank you for that. Again, it's just a new field. And probably that lends itself to exploration. And they're exploring and they're really smart to be able to do what they do. But again, I think we have this, there needs to be safeguards. And it's important to know what those safeguards are.
Yeah, and that's the main focus of what I'm trying to do too, because I know that we're getting into the cybersecurity side of things in regards to malicious activity and stuff going on. So I've been working with Emmy and Maria on trying to get a network connection that is managed and maintained by Kit Carson. So we're not on the school systems at all. So that we have our own network that we could kind of really dive deep into the cybersecurity aspect of it without impacting anything in regards to the school network or anything going on.
Can I add just one more thing to, and only because I just heard this last week. And again, about the effects that even just the opening up to any gaming or any cell phone, any electronics, what it does to, what it does to the brain. In the sense that the challenge comes to the principal and the teachers to try to group that child back into a learning and environment when their mind has just gone out in space, to try to bring them back to the focus of learning what is here.
Yeah.
And to me, I don't know where that takes us, but I think that maybe if you have anything in mind in the future that you might want to bring to us to maybe present, that will make us help our children be more focused in their learning and not be the dopamine wanting that to drive them versus the energy used to learn and to be engaged in learning for themselves. I don't know how this will all come together, but it's very concerning.
And now these days, technology has kind of impacted it where it's instant gratification. I mean, they're scrolling on TikTok or anything, and if they don't like it, they scroll up. So it's how do you keep the attention of the students and bring it in and put those limits on there. And I know Kid One has done a great job on going through the schools and doing how to protect students from mobile devices and being protective. So I know he's talking about the schools on that in Boston. So I think working together and partnering, we could kind of facilitate something that we can kind of come up with and continue protecting our students and making sure that they're getting the right education and using technology for the right purposes and not for malicious. Okay.
If need be, President Flores, Superintendent Layton, I think that would just be an excellent, just an avenue to just kind of look at. Because we're looking at how to just get our children engaged in learning and getting up these scores and let them, and it would be an adventure for them if they really engaged in the learning part without having this distraction.
Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Campbell. Two kids one.
Thank you, School Board. Thank you, President Flores. Secretary Trujillo, to your point, we have a big program now called Kids Screens and Phones, which is all about this area. And we are teaching it now at Arroyos. We're going to do an after-school program at Enos. We're teaching it at Anansi in grades 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But we're going to keep teaching it in the schools that really invite us to come in and talk about it. The cool thing about it too is a lot of that program has been designed by kids at Taos High, 16, 17, 18-year-olds who who understand some things about the internet and about the always on capabilities of their phones. And then they can take that to younger kids and talk to them directly. We bring them to classrooms or then develop lesson plans that can help them be aware of things. There's a lot to say about that. I don't want to, I would suggest, technology summit would be hugely important. AI you raised, there's a lot to say about AI right now. But in the interest of time, I'm just gonna talk about aviation, which was on the slide that Principal Fleming showed. And there's just a couple things I want to talk about it. So it opens up some pretty interesting doors. First of all, it allows us as a nonprofit to go in this community where there are a lot of folks who fly airplanes who also have money. And we can say to them, hey, can you pay for this? Which they're doing. So we can basically channel resources to build a plane. So we're building a kit plane. It'll take 4 years to build. So we have freshmen predominantly in the class so they can see this plane through. We're building the tailpiece right now. Up next, I think is, I don't know, something next. Third part is an engine, which is a big part, and that's gonna take a while for them to learn. But the really cool thing is what I hope happens. I want these kids to know that there's a career in aviation. I'm not saying every child needs to go and be a pilot. So we are bringing a recruiter from Eastern New Mexico University to Taos High on Flex Friday on November 15th. Please join. And they're going to talk about their A&P program. A&P stands for something to do with planes, but it's basically the mechanic part of it. So if you go through the ENMU 4-year program, you are certified to go and work, at the Suncourt, at Taos, wherever it is, and you can work on airplanes. The starting salaries are around $100,000 a year. If that's not on your cards, you get a really solid mechanics education, and you can come and work on whatever it is you want to work on that's mechanical. So the point is, the exciting thing I think is by getting kids hands-on, and Daniel mentioned this word too, I think is key, hands-on learning, seeing how stuff works. Suddenly, they may never have thought about life after school. A lot of the kids that I interact with have never thought about life after school. They're just trying to get through high school. We all remember what that's like. You're trying to get through this intense moment in your life. And what we really hope with the aviation program is can help them understand there's a program right down the road that can train you to do some really cool things. You may want to come back to Taos and work on cars or work on solar panels or work on other things, but you get this sort of intensive type of education. And in my opinion, there's a lot of students here who need a little bit of that kind of inspiration. You can do this hands-on, let's go do it. And that's really exciting. Last thing I'll say, and then I will stop talking. The next chapter of our aviation journey, it seems, is gonna go into outer space. I think we're gonna start building a satellite in January. There's a guy here named Dr. Garcia. He's a NASA scientist. He lives in Taos part-time. And he's going to provide us with all the necessary yeses and pleases and et cetera to get a satellite, a CUBE satellite built by Taos High students in space. And then suddenly they can learn all about the communications that happen. And again, the mechanics, the logistics, the how-to stuff. In my mind, that's a pretty cool thing for a lot of our kids through the school. So that's Flex Friday for you. I think it's a good one.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Mrs. Emmy?
I have two very easy ones. Hi, how are you? Thank you for your presentation. My understanding is Flex Fridays are at the middle school and the high school. Is that correct?
No, they're just at the high school.
They're just at the high
Yeah.
school, because I know that Linda Martinez was talking before about things that she offered that were extra that reminded me of that. So I was curious about that. And who is the coordinator for Flex Fridays? Do
Well.
we have one? Is it you?
Well, I have to give a lot of credit to Mr. William Tyndall. He has really helped with the management side of this. His brain thinks that way, so he's able to assist or get every student set up. But we are looking for support in that area because it's something new that was always in place. So we do need a little more support as far as allocating time for teachers to be able to meet, because we have highlighted at least 5 areas, from jobs and internships to our career pathways to, we've kind of really highlighted some of the stuff that we want to do. And if we have time or a little bit more support, it would be sustainable. So we're hoping to.
Okay,
Talk about that.
thank you for the answers.
I have just one question on how's the lunch detention thing working out? I think it's a great idea. When I was in high school, there's plenty of times that I was late to my first period class. I don't recall ever being held accountable to it. So I think that's awesome. It's putting your hammer down and saying, we're not gonna tolerate that. So I gotta give you guys kudos, but how's that working out?
Well, I think for the students that are not ever late, they're a little scared to be late, so they get there on time, so that works for them. But there are plenty of students that still come late and then they just have to go to detention. So that's one of the, and then our community schools coordinator runs it, so it's not just sit there. She actually makes them think about why it's kind of like a restorative practice because she's done some of that training. She asks them to think about the why and how can we make it better and how can we alleviate you coming late again. So there are days that we have a ton of kids in lunch detention. So, and then the hall sweeps are probably gonna do the same. It just has to be consistency all around. So there's a little more that we want to do at the high school as far as, how students, when they do get into trouble of some sorts, how we want to address that in a different way than we have in the past. So we're hoping to hopefully bring that to you guys soon.
Well, good job. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
So is there such thing as an excuse late? Or if you're late, you just go to lunch detention? I'm just curious.
Well, it depends. If the parent has already called in, then you're excused, but our lates are typically I'm outside almost every single day watching parents drop off their kids at least a good 5 to 10 minutes. So it's not their fault. It's not the student's fault, or it could be if they were the reason behind it. But, they're getting to class late and a lot of that is just the drop off. So, to answer your question, an excuse late, if a parent calls in to excuse them, I'm running 5 minutes late, okay, get to class. But if they get into that line, once the bell rings, some days I'll give them 5 minutes, like a little grace period. If it's, if our line is longer, we check IDs coming into the school. So that process sometimes takes a little bit longer, but that's our safety protocol and they have to plan for that. So yes, to answer your question, but not all.
And one last question. I'm thinking of in college, with our syllabus, I don't know if you guys have it in high school, you have syllabus?
Yes.
You do,
Yes.
okay. So, obviously, this probably should be not in high school, it should be at elementary school. For our principals in elementary, I think the parents should be informed by, Taos, in regards to municipal school, what is appropriate phone time, electronic time. We should, just like we say, this is, read to your child, infancy, maybe even at birth at Holy Cross. Okay, this is, a kid should not be on the phone past literally 2 hours a day, and that's pushing it. And it should be in black and white, because even in our home, I'm constantly policing our daughter, because she didn't get a phone until she was 13. Maybe we think about, hey, this is best practice, for the families. Chances are if your kid doesn't have a cell phone until they're 13, 14, you're gonna be way better. Once again, when when the school board decided to ban cell phones in the school, this is a policy, and I just think it'd be helpful because in regard to the guardrails and outcomes, student outcomes, I think that sometimes the parents are naive, as President Mark said. We can't infer anything anymore. I mean, and the kids are the ones who are savvy to this. The parents are like, we're old school, we're a rural community. You see people with flip phones and they're totally content with them. But the kids are like,
Well, and to speak a little bit to that, board member King, the reality behind all of this is, we can go to a medical doctor and a pediatrician will tell you 2 hours max on for a student. But I think that has been in the past. I think we need to reconsider that. That's a huge piece that we need to look at. I know that, board member Trujillo was talking about, our inability to refocus. True Kids want to talk about that all the time. There's studies out there that'll say it'll take you 20 minutes to refocus. So not having a cell phone that's dinging in our pocket or we're scrolling through, is very helpful to stay focused and engaged in the classroom. So there's a huge, and True Kids want to be, but they have, the students put out some great work as far as suggestions and ideas and how to negate all of this addiction, this cell phone addiction. And we did talk about digital citizenship, and that's something that we want to add into our Flex Friday for all freshmen incoming. That way they have a grasp of, you know, the true meaning and understanding of the why, because I think they're still in that phase of you're taking my phone. My son says that all the time. You hate my cell phone, Mom. Not that I hate your cell phone, but you know, so those are the things, and there are dangers out there. So we want to keep our kids safe.
Yeah, totally. And more so the parents, because the kids, you know, I don't know, and obviously I'm just speaking from experience, and I see it with our daughter, everything's online now. And, you know, fortunately, my wife's a teacher at the high school, but the parents, sometimes old school, that's obviously money, and you're obviously missing me at the high school, but it's, you know, hand out, you know, the kids are in elementary school. We're gonna give this to you, and, you know, English and Spanish, because we have a community that their first language, you know, they speak Spanish at home. So they can see it, or maybe when they have when you guys have orientation at the beginning of the year. That's something that staff shares with the parents upfront. Because once again, we need to be reminded of good habits, good practice. Because we all want our kids to succeed, you know, everyone.
Absolutely.
There's not a question.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support, Member Queen.
Thank you for the support, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Moving right along with HB, Enos Garcia Elementary, Principal Nicole Mora Atencio.
Good evening, Dr. President Flores, members of the board, Dr. Lincoln. So I'm gonna keep mine short and sweet. But a little bit of our academics, I mentioned previously that we have reading quest tutors that have been funded for us through private donors that wish to remain anonymous. And now after getting the testing done for the students that were nominated or advised to go to reading quest, 14 of them from kinder through second grade now get tutors during the day. They stay in the classroom for whole group instruction, and then they attend tutoring sessions one-on-one with the tutors, and 15 students are getting the services from third to fifth grade. We have a reoccurring coaching cycle happening from Solution Tree Rep by the name of Mr. Cristiano. I had the privilege of working with him as my principal, Monsones, and then he, when I was academic coach there, he was principal there. And then he went on to work for Solution Tree, and he came this summer with our other two Solution Tree reps to do training with us, and he's continued to visit us for coaching. He has been with us 3 times now. This report was done after the last 2 times he was with us. And he focused on certain aspects of the PLC cycle with our staff that would just help strengthen our basis. I think we have really good PLC elements in place, but there are certain aspects that he identified that we need to strengthen to make our collaboration more efficient. And so some of the things we focused on, and this slide and the next slide are just examples of some of the work he did with the staff by asking the 4 critical questions of a PLC, which is, what do we want students to learn? How will we know when they've learned it? What will we do when students already know it? And how will we respond when some students don't learn it? And so, or haven't learned it. And so that leads us into our interventions and how to strengthen our interventions as well, which is one of our lead measures, or lead goals as principals. Also, we like what Ms. Emmy mentioned, is we met with teachers to go over their PDP goals for the year. We had teachers select 2 goals, one individually and the secondary one with their team as a team goal. And so we've met with them and determined that they were measurable and what parameters they would need to complete those goals. And we have also been focused on strengthening our teachers' Canvas pages so that we're prepared for the virtual days when they come. And that students have had access, and that educational assistants have access so that they understand how to participate in breakout rooms, and also SPED teachers have access to all the students they need during those times. All right, our attendance. we are doing fairly well with attendance considering that I think we've had struggles in the past, but we identified 58 students at our last recognition, which was about 3 weeks ago, 58 students with perfect attendance. And what Mr. Spell and the attendance team have enacted based on the articles that are posted along with our attendance success plan that we researched was that positive reinforcement, of course, is always a positive thing, but really big motivators for students they connect with would really help. So Mr. Spell created a whole superhero theme around all this, and he has decorated his room and all these superhero things, and he created this wall, the hero wall, and he has trophies and things, certificates. But with those 58 students, he had them come in, he made certificates for each of them, had them come in, and he took pictures of the students with their certificate, and then he posts their pictures around the banner. So that, and he has it in his office right now, but we're trying to find a better space where all the students will see it all the time, so that they'll want to be on that wall as well. And when he first ran the report, I don't know what parameters he was using, but he thought there were 98 with perfect attendance. And I said, I don't think so. So he ran it again and said, oh no, there were some things that had to be narrowed down in the search. And so we determined that's how many we had. So we have most of our students within the tier 1 aspect of our pyramid of intervention, and then only 9 in tier 2, and we don't have 0 at that tier 3 yet. So my goal is, and our hope is to keep those numbers closer to where they're at right now, and hopefully those perfect attendance students will just grow. The numbers of them will grow. The activities that we participate in this month, again, Mr. Honor, the rep from Solution Tree came back on Friday, and I'll have more details about that in our next report. Adventure Vision was at our school, and they did exams for students in clinical classes, and about 27 were scheduled, but 24 were seen. 2 of them are from the high school, 3 of them are from the middle school, and then they are returning in May for 2 days, and they'll continue to add students to those lists of who needs to be seen and receive glasses. They've been really great too when students break them or lose them, trying to get them replaced, and so that's been quite a blessing for us. We have a THS student who will start shadowing classroom teachers soon from the Taos High School Education Rising Teacher Academy. So it's almost kind of like doing a practicum of some sort, going through and watching this teacher and learning what it is to be a teacher in the classroom from that perspective. For the Flex Fridays, we have a couple of students now. We have 10 students in total that come to the school site and on various schedules, but we have 2 that have dedicated themselves down to a 2nd grade bilingual classroom and are helping to support some students in there. Barbara Humphreys is a consultant through, she's a behavior specialist through LSG. It's a consulting firm out of Albuquerque, and she comes and observes students that have been referred to her that are displaying concerning behaviors in classrooms or that they need some added support and the teacher's at a loss. And so what she comes in and does is she observes them and then gives us strategies as to how to address some of these issues. And so she came in and actually did a whole professional development with pre-K and their educational assistants, and then a few other educational assistants and their social worker who were available at that time to do that. And the hope is that if we get more people trained in those strategies at a younger age and implement those strategies young, that the students will have better coping skills as they go up through the grades. And she will continue to come in. She comes in weekly and monitors students throughout and continues to give feedback. And she monitors to see if the strategies are being utilized and looks at the data for what strategies are working, which aren't. So, and then she grabs the data and gives further feedback on that. So it's been really dynamic. She's phenomenal. When you sit down and talk to her and you just get so engrossed in the conversations because she is so knowledgeable and she identifies things so quickly in a way that I couldn't. So we are very lucky to have her. She is planning on doing another professional development in which I think we'll have all educational assistants and special ed teachers attend first. And then the goal is to have all teachers attend a training with her, because we have so many students with some really concerning behaviors coming in, or, you know, just high needs that need that support. And once those things are in place for them, the learning is more productive. And it just frees up their little minds and bodies to be able to absorb everything that we're throwing at them. Let's see. We have, Dr. Moodley from House Academy. I don't have a picture of that, but Dr. Moodley is a teacher, science teacher there, and her students, high school students, did a service learning project, and they, did an environmental study and then wrote children's books based on their environmental study. And she is actually married to to Mr. Spell, our attendance coach. And she asked if, being that if her students could come in and read stories to our second graders. And so they came and pulled a small group and they read stories with them, and then they did some science projects with them. And that was really fun, and it was very motivating to some of our kids, and some of the ones that were there kind of look to them as mentors and are excited to maybe see them again sometime for another project of some sort. We also have a staff appreciation wall, and Maria, if you'll go back one, please, thank you. We have this wall, and it says everyone has a chance to make a difference, and what that is for is it sits outside my office, but we do a shout out to other staff members, and so when they do the shout out, if I'm the person shouting out, nominating someone, we write down some great trait that we've witnessed that person doing or something positive that we've seen, and then we give a shout out to the teacher, and the teacher takes over to Mr. Spell, and he gives them this really neat certificate, and he's found gift cards to provide them, and then he takes pictures of the teachers with their certificates, and then he posts them on the shout out board around the office, and so we are filling that up quickly. And it's been a really motivating, positive thing for teachers to recognize each other, but also be the ones to be recognized. We stand for questions.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Mora Atencio?
If you can go back, Maria, to some of those bullets. So, Ms. Atencio, how many kids, how many grandparents of your student body that are raising your students, your enrollment right now?
That's a good question. I would presume probably about 30%.
That's great on the attendance too, by the way.
Oh,
That's really encouraging. Are you feeling encouraged?
I am, because our numbers last year did not look great. And the year before, I feel like they were even more abysmal. So this was a really positive thing, but, our team meets, our attendance team is there, but Mr. Spell exudes this energy to the kids that they just adore. And so he's really motivating. He goes in there, he's very animated, and they see him every day in the cafeteria, and he's talking to them about coming to school. And then he also helps me with drop-off duty in the morning. So he's out there, and the parents see him, either there or at walk-up, and he has conversations with them. He's really engaging with the parents. And if they're struggling, or if we have a few that are coming in late, he goes out and meets them, talks with them, asks them what they need. And he's very personable, so our parents really, they don't, sometimes when you talk to certain parents, they'll kind of shut down, or they don't want you to know their business, or there's a fence there. And they don't seem to be that way with him. He's very welcoming, and he has a way of meeting people when they're upset. And he has a way of connecting with them that he's a friend. He's there to help, and they are really receptive to that.
It's great to hear.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Ms. Mora Atencio, I just want to commend you on the 98% tier 1 number and 0% tier 3. I know that number can fluctuate, and obviously you can't control that, but you guys are working hard to, encourage students to be present and encourage their families to have them at school. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along, we got House Middle School Principal Linda Martinez.
Good afternoon, President Flores, members of the board, Dr. Dayton, Anna, everybody out there. So. Wait for my fiance. play, just so you know, when I hit play, it throws me out, so that's why it has the size for it.
It's okay. So if you could go to the first slide.
Okay.
So it was really exciting this past week. I think it's been maybe 10 years that Taos Middle School has recognized, perfect attendance and honor roll. So this was the first, this last Friday, or actually it was Monday, it was supposed to be on Friday, but we moved it to Monday. Was the first, time in a while that we recognized students who have been on honor roll and perfect attendance. So academically, we had 87 students who made honor roll, so that's 3.5 and above. And I broke it down by grade level. But that little emblem that you see there, it says Taos Middle School attitude is everything, and it says honor roll student. Every student got one of those decal stickers so their parents could put it on their vehicle or on a mug, along with a letter from both myself and Mr. Chavez. Next one.
Good job.
We're very proud of them. So what I wanted to focus on when it comes to academics, what I think I really want to do when I give my presentations is just focus on one department. And the first department that I'm going to focus on is the music department, because I'm so very proud of how it's coming together. At the end of last year, with the help of Sonia Stroke at the Lore Foundation, we were able to get $27,000 to put instruments into mariachi, guitar, and band. And I went back and forth on how am I going to grow these programs for our school? At the end of that paragraph, it says that last year we had 70 students in the music program, and that was mariachi 1, 2, 3, chorus, band, and guitar. This year we have 116, so it's doubled. And the way we did that is we had sixth grade students, incoming sixth graders, they had to pick a music class. That was their elective. So if a student was not, if they did not have to be in Read 180 because of being 3 levels below or more, they got one of those classes. So mariachi 1, guitar, or band. So right now in mariachi 1, there's 20 students enrolled. In guitar, there's 42. We have 2 classes of guitar. And in band, there's 18 students. We do have mariachi 2 and 3, but those 2 classes are not part of the lore money. And then I kind of broke it down on what we spent the money on. We spent $13,000 in mariachi 1, getting 6 standard guitars, 3 vihuelas, 3 guitarons, 4 trumpets, and 6 violins. In the guitar class, we spent almost $1,700 getting 10 guitars. And then in band, we have 18 students and we spent almost $12,000. And there we purchased 4 alto sax, 6 trumpets, 4 clarinets, 5 flutes, 2 tenor sax, 1 tuba, and all the music books to go along with it. So my hopes is, this is where my vision is, that as 6th graders, they get to use these instruments. And as a 7th grader, if they really love the instrument and they want to continue with these classes, that's the time that parents can rent one or purchase one. But these instruments will always be for the 6th graders. And in time, in 4 or 5 years, getting the high school to have a bigger band than what it currently has now. So that's my dream. Those are my hopes. So I'm very proud of what's going on. You walk into the band class and the kids are playing songs. So it's really
They're
exciting.
not making noise.
They're not just making noise. I remember the days that I would stand with my trumpet and make noise for my parents and they're actually playing some good notes. Okay, Maria, next one. So attendance. So again, we had our attendance assembly and we had 22 students who had perfect attendance for the first 9 weeks. They missed no school, no class periods. They maybe 1 or 2 tardies, but just a few minutes late, not too bad. But we also have 3 staff members that didn't miss any days, and that was Mr. Ogren, Mr. Prudencio, and Ms. Sanchez. So the students got a certificate and they got a ticket to get into the lunch line for lunch. When they handed that ticket over to the lunch ladies or Nick, they got a Blue Bunny ice cream and the teachers got a $10 gift card to the movies, along with the certificate that they enclosed. So that was exciting.
Awesome.
The next slide. So this is where we're at on tiers. So every time I present to you, it's just gonna be accumulative. So I'm gonna keep adding to it. It's not gonna be anything new, but just more numbers.
So right now, we're, tier one, we have 75 students at tier one. Tier two, we have 19 students, tier three, we have 8, and tier four, we have 5. So some of these students that are in tier four, have been dropped from the school, but I'm gonna leave them there, so as the year goes on, you can see where they're at. And on the right-hand side, that, screenshot comes from Panorama. And that gives us our data of where our attendance is. So 28% are on track, well, 28 plus 34, so that's 62% of students are on track. 24% are at risk and 14% are critical. And it basically goes along with where the tiers are at. Okay. So the next one is our activities. Again, I focused on 3 activities. The first one is our STEM conference that some of our girls went to, along with some students from Arroyo San Norte, actually. And they went this last Saturday to Santa Fe, and participants engaged in workshops led by successful women in STEM field, covering topics like robotics, environmental science, coding, and engineering, providing attendees with the skills and confidence to explore their interests in STEM and find inspiration from women who are breaking barriers in STEM. Our second one is our STEAM Club. So Mr. Gilroy is our STEAM Club sponsor, and he meets with their students every Wednesday during their lunches. For those students who can't stay after school, he meets with them during their lunch. And then for those who can't stay until 4 o'clock, he meets with them after school. But he was able to take these kids, actually with the help of Samantha, getting us a bus, thank you, Samantha, to come to the Paseo. And they spent the whole day walking around and visiting those installations. So they had a really good time with that. And the next one happened yesterday. That's number 7. I'm sorry. And this was exciting. So the 6th graders went and picked Piñon. I've asked every grade to find an incentive for the kids who have done good in school, don't have any write-ups, no suspensions. So I think we had 82 6th graders or 77 6th graders. I'm not really sure which number, but they went to Pot Creek yesterday and they picked Piñon. Some of them had never done it. Some of them knew the role. Some of them just picked whatever. I saw a lot of bags with guano in it. Don't eat those. I had kids selling it. But it was what's important, and what I hope that they recognize is they won't be able to pick Piñon again until after they graduated, because of the way the cycle goes, 7 to 8 years. So this was a really neat opportunity for them, for our teachers. They invited us. Unfortunately, myself and Mr. Chavez couldn't get away, but our counselor did drive out there and she picked along with them. So that was exciting. And then the last one is our upcoming event, and that is our annual Ruben R. Quintana Veterans Day celebration. And I would really encourage all of you sitting up here to attend. It is on Monday, November 11th. It starts at 8:30. There's entertainment from the mariachi and band, well, hopefully band if they get their song together. And Amanda Gonzalez, who teaches our food science class, will be cooking the meal. But we have a veterans wall that just keeps growing. Right now, last year there was over 250 veterans on that wall, and we just keep increasing it as the year goes by. In fact, President Flores, your picture is up there.
It's still there.
It's still there, so please come and attend. It really is heartwarming to see the veterans and how much they care about it. They're there. Some of them are there by 7:45. They don't wait till 8:30. And just the camaraderie that they have with one another. And then they get to sit, and whoever invited them, if a student invited them, they get pulled out of class and they get to eat breakfast with them. So I said, questions?
Questions, comments?
I saw the invitation, but I can't believe it. I have a conference out of state and I'm flying in on the 11th, and it was just like, oh, and I say that only because back when I remember but we got that first allotment of money for the veterans and what it took to get that money, because initially we got that money and then through a mistake or something, they gave it to Angel Fire. Anyway, I'm not gonna go there, but anyway, so it was near and dear to my heart just to know that we're where we are today. And-
One of the things along with this celebration is our top teacher, Mr. Prudencio, is having the students make urns. And they're donating them to those veterans who can't afford or whatever the case may be to those families. So those will be a donation to, Hope Veterans and to,
Wonderful.
There's two things. There's the cemetery is for the county. I think as you switching this,
No.
but you're gonna be out of town. There's one for the school and then we have one for the cemetery.
No, I got one for the cemetery.
Yeah. And I'll be in Kansas City. I'm going to see the Chiefs.
oh,
This
nice.
Katana. That's a request from my daughter, but, I said, we'll be there in spirit and it's nice to, see and our daughter shared with us last year. It's great. So if you come as a veteran, then you get your picture on the wall. That's the wall of fame.
Well, what happens is every grade, each teacher takes on, not each teacher, excuse me, there's 3 teachers who see all students. So I think it's Miss Trujillo, Mr. Thibodeau and Miss Modis, and they use it as an extra credit assignment. So if you bring in a veteran and then you have to give certain information, the years they served, the branch, if they were in war, and where they were stationed. And then we mount it and type it out and put it up there. So it's extra credit for the students. They don't have to do it.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I will, plan to attend,
Okay.
I'll put it on my calendar. And I also want to recognize your recognition of, the teacher perfect attendance. Yeah, I think that's, really important and, you know, life happens, we miss work, kids miss school, you get sick, but, for those teachers that are there every day, that's awesome, so thank you for that. And
Thank you.
recognize them for the board also, please.
Thank you, Ragnar.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Arroyos del Norte Elementary, Principal Dr. Anthony Medina.
They haven't done.
Greetings, all. Board members, Dr. Wade, colleagues, and community members. I'm very proud to stand up and kind of speak about Rosa Norte. And I wanted this particular one to be about data that we've been studying and reviewing at Rosa Norte. And so the new slide we have is data we have from IDA data. It has some different assessments, but I truly believe that the IRED data that we have is highly correlated with the state assessments. So it has the same standards and factors that are involved, and also the common core. These standards are highly aligned with this test, so we know that we're getting a good product. I passed out a handout because it didn't like the format correctly for me, but you'll see there's 5 columns. Each column that we have represents the first column represents mid or above grade level. Second column early on grade level. The third column is 1 grade level below. The fourth column is 2 grade levels below, and the last column to the right is 3 grade levels below. So we keep in mind that this is beginning year data. Kids are coming back to school. Some kids have had some type of summer school enrichment. Some kids have maybe gone on trips with their parents, and some kids we didn't do very much during the summer. But we know that kids who are active during the summertime, they really do maintain a lot of the academics that they're taking home during the end of the school year. And we also know that parents who take kids out to vacations and teach kids about the nature and things that they're learning during vacation also keeps kids' minds sharp and they retain a lot of information. But we also know that kids that don't do very much during the summer, they lose a lot of academics and retention is very low. So we have a good mixture of students in all those categories. And so the data tells us that our kindergartners really, I actually believe that we have the best kindergarten teacher in the district. Every year we have students who are coming in brand new. Some have never had any type of preschool or what have you, or even type of kindergarten. They come in, they do very well. So in reading on the first slide, many of our first graders are either at grade level, which is hard to believe that there is no grade level before kindergarten, but they're on grade level, or they're above it, or they're right in the middle that 1 year meeting below grade level. That 1 year is kind of a teetering point between students who are able to kind of cross that boundary, come over to grade level, and those students who are gonna need extra help. So we really focus on that middle level. We find that most of our students in reading are right at that middle level, and you see a decrease from third to fifth grade. Basically, because really gets much tougher at that level in terms of what's the standards get much tougher, and so a lot of reading, a lot of writing, a lot of memorization of words and sentence writing. So there's a lot going on in third, fourth, and fifth grade. So what we've done is we developed a data room. And inside this data room, each of these percentages stands for a certain student. So we know where students are. We've had discussion with students, so students know where they are in terms of their data. And we also know where students need to work on. So we partnered with the Lord Foundation for grants that we've actually had 3 tutors that are going to be working with our teachers during school time and after school time. And we're focusing instruction for students who fall into that the year below grade level, 2 years below grade level, 3 years below grade level. So we know about 25% of our students fall in that category, or about 75% of our students fall into the 1 year below grade level, and they're progressing towards being on grade level. So the vast majority of students that we see in our school are on pace to be on grade level, and the students who are not, we are actually doing intensive intervention during school and after school, which is focused instruction, which is enrichment. And we'll find out how well we do when we have the MOI instruction, the middle year assessments. And so this kind of gives an indication with regards to reading. So reading is, we're doing very well at our school. If I can move on to math, which should be, I think, the 4th slide. With regards to math at Arroyos, and I'm sure at all schools, math is a more challenging topic. It requires a lot of, it's no longer addition or subtraction with number. There's really a lot of word problems. So a lot of reading and writing and math. So we integrate math and reading together. And we're finding at our school that if you look at the same pattern we see in reading, we also see a lot of our students in K-2 are kind of where we need to be. Kindergarten, we have 100% of our students are 1 grade level below, but that's not a bad place to be for kindergarten students to be at that level. So we know that all the students that we have in kindergarten are kind of at a teetering point where we know we can get them to that level where they're going to be on grade level or even above grade level. And we see a trend going on to first grade. 89% of our students are right at that middle level, and a few students on either side that we know we can help. And you see the pattern continue over to 5th grade. So we made a pact this year with regards to reading, but also making math very important. And I'm also very glad Dr. Lane has gotten our school of the district in math interventions, which we really need one. That's one of the most powerful things we could have done to make sure that we pay focus on that particular topic. So our students right now, and this is the snapshot students coming from summer vacation, but our students right now are kind of in a good place where we feel that when we get to the middle of the school year, December and January, our students will be increasing capacity, and we'll be bringing more of the students who are a year or 2 below grade level into the more of the grade level of trajectory. So we're working hard. So again, these students who fall into math do have a file, and inside that file, they know exactly where they are. They know exactly what they need to work on. Teachers know what they need to work on. Our interventionists at our school know where they are. So there's a healthy awareness of what we do to help these students individually on our campus. The next slide gives you kind of a synopsis, so overall placements. You can kind of see where the students fall by percentage with regards to where they fall mid or early, 1 grade below, 2 or 3 grades below. And it shows a very good boundary where students are within that those parameters. With regard to our WIGs, our lead measures, we were still following those with regards to understanding where we want students to be. So we've made the commitment to increase our reading scores from 35 to 50%. I believe we're heading that direction very strongly. And with regards to math, we want to go from 29% to 44%. We know we're going to hit that target. As far as the lead measures, I've already known the staff teachers, the teachers have developed a data room, and inside that data room, we have all the data that we have for each student that's stored in that data room. We've also, the second lead measure, we've also talked to students with regards to the data. So now we have an awareness with teachers, and we have awareness with kids, and we have 2 folks that are working together to find the best common practices, differential instructional strategies that work for those kids. And we're also getting tutoring during the school day and after school. So those 2 areas that we're working on, as we hope to make a big impact for our students. And we'll see that improvement during the middle of the year assessments, but take probably in December or January. With regards to our attendance, we like to use numbers in our school. We take a look at each of the weeks that we've had in school, And I know it's a little hard to see from there, but that's kind of gives you the indication of where we were percentage wise, the average attendance for week 1, week 2, thank you, Maria, week 3, week 4, and onward. And so once you take a look at those percentages and you divide by 9, our weekly average percentage was 92.6. That's a great place for the first families to plan to get better with regards to that attendance. But we know who the students are that are missing, and we only have really about 4 or 5 students that have brought that percentage to their own. So we're working with those families, working with kids doing parties. So during the actual school day, teachers will take the attendance and work on parties. After 9 o'clock, I take over. I want to find out which parents are coming late and where they're coming from. And most times, a lot of parents are coming from Clarksville, Costilla. They're driving from Angel Fire, Red River, so they're coming a great distance. So I try to work with them with regards to that distance. But with regards, it's not because they're missing because they want to be late, but they're coming from a long distance. And so most of the kids who are tardy are coming from a long distance to get to our school. So we're working with those families to try to clean that up. But at the end of the day, they are bringing the kids to school. With regards to our attendance and our team, we meet twice monthly. I also want to thank Ms. Carla Martinez, who had came to our school, and there's a lot of information our teachers really needed to have in regards to the policies and procedures in regards to attendance. So she did a really good job, and she answered a lot of questions in regards to attendance. That particular presentation she made really led to a higher awareness with regards to what we're doing as a campus. So what we did is that we wanted our parents to know about the attendance policy. So we had the attendance policy, and we had parents read it, sign it. And then from this point forward, we placed that attendance policy in our registration packets next year, so parents can understand exactly what we do with attendance with regard to parties, what we can do to help students who we've got 504s who are protected from maybe getting illnesses if they have some type of ailment. So we're really trying to be conscious about making sure that students are protected and their parents know the rights with regards to the attendance policy we have for the Taos Municipal Schools. With that said, like I said, we had the parents take the attendance policy and read it. We're also going to be making sure that all the tardies in absence of that for 9 o'clock be dealt with by the principal. I think it's for parents who need that support. Events that we had a big AVID assembly, and our AVID assembly, we celebrate 3 things. We celebrate academics, citizenship, and perfect attendance. 20% of our students had perfect attendance during the AVID assembly. And that's a pretty big deal for a small school, so we're really holding in on that. We have the Lower Foundation who donated bikes for our school, so kids can have an opportunity to have something to shoot for. So kids now will be have an opportunity to go through these drawings. Every kid who has a perfect attendance week will be drawn. So at the end of the 9 weeks, we'll be able to raffle off bikes and teach about bike awareness and what have you. So it's one thing that kids really like. We have the bikes in the cafeteria, so that's a really nice incentive. So we're working on making sure that we build that for them. We've also been distributing food, quite a bit of food for families in need. We've had distribution on the 9th and the 23rd. It was 300 pounds of collected food that was distributed to families. We had the travel planetarium from Santa Fe talked about the planets and the constellations, and they had this big kind of an indoor planetarium in the gym, and the kids really loved that. They got a chance to kind of talk about NASA and different varieties of things that astronomers do. So that was a wonderful thing. Our parent-teacher conferences went really well. Our girls did attend the ABA STEAM Girls Academy conference in Santa Fe. Guys, and thank Ms. Liz and Ms. Alejandra, teachers from the school, who helped our students attend. It's a wonderful thing that our teachers try to empower both the male and female during school, but the fact that we attend that conference is a good way of kind of building awareness of important STEAM on our campus. We also did a presentation with Taos Oaks Kids. They did a parent SEL night. We had a really good attendance. Taos Oaks Kids is basically helping parents to understand SEL, not inside school, but outside of school. What they can be prepared for their students to come to school in the morning, or what it's like at nighttime. It's basically kind of giving them soft skills, which to talk to kids and their children. And everybody mimics what we do on campus. So they're hearing the same type of SEL strategies at home and also at school. We also had a scholastic book fair, which kids love at our campus. They get the chance to buy books and what have you. So it's more of a literacy. And we've also had some of our Rotarian Club members who do the love of reading. They've actually made private donations to our campus to allow for tutoring to happen for kids they know when they read to during that time that they have their school to help reinforce the reading concept. So everyone's buying into the literacy, they're buying into the math strategies, they're buying into tutoring, which regards to helping students beyond the actual school day or within the school day to help them prepare them for to be on school level, so there's a lot going on with that. We also, for the first time since 2013, had a PTA, that Brony, Miss Eden Brony is our president, and she has been very strong about getting the PTA going, but they're doing this, the second annual Rosa North and Fall Festival. And it has a trunk or treat that they have the parents that come in and sit, at the house, we have our cars. And you trunk or treat the actual school, they have this scare house inside the actual gym. And they also bring luncheon that the parents come to eat with the family, so it's a really nice event. They're apple pressing some juicing some apples they have, so they have a hot apple cider, so they're really kind of taking things back and also picking some of the vegetables inside the actual greenhouse and distributing during that day, so there's a lot of great community foundation work going on. A lot of great work the teachers. And a lot of pride they have come together, so the school's like kind of effective, everyone works together. I'm a very lucky person to work at the school, and there's always so many great things happening, some great ideas, so I don't take any of the credit, I give all the credit to the teachers and for all the parents that come in to work in the school, because they really love the campus, they love the kids. And they really love that school a lot, so we're really doing well, and tip our hats off to the teachers and to our parents at the school as well. I stand for any questions and comments.
Questions or comments from Dr. Medina?
I appreciate it, Dr. McGee, that was very encouraging. As I mentioned to Miss Emmy about maybe with your perfect attendance, well, the attendance contract, maybe in that you can let the parents know about time with electronics, just FYI, I think they will find it helpful. And maybe they can see it and sign it, so
Absolutely.
it's a good habits.
Absolutely.
Congratulations on your.
I appreciate that, I think that when you put emphasis on something, they may not have in the past, so when you do it for the first time, you really teach the parents a lot too about really getting the kids, and they're really, I think most part, we take it and we try to, oh, so-and-so is late, but I think parents are really trying, they really want the kids to be on time, and we have to really work with them and have an understanding what they're going through, just to get the kids there to our school. We're way out in northern part of town, so it's way tougher for the parents, but they're doing a good job of doing their best to get the kids there, so we're gonna work with them as best we can.
I have a question. And that is, it's interesting, like you said, it's really exciting when you finally see the numbers and the data, and it's like, we did it, and I always say that, numbers tell the story. And again, the parents getting the children to school, and it becomes important to them because it isn't all what the teachers do and what Taos Municipal Schools is doing. It's a family. It's the family and the interaction that goes between the school and the families. And the common denominator are the children. So we just love them dearly, and we just love the teachers, and we love the parents too. And it's just like, it's exciting to see what can be done, what can be accomplished, and the effort that, when we make the effort.
Well, I just want to say one thing, I know that, the principal, they said the tables are here, but when listening to the conversations we have in tables, each principal here really loves their school. And they're doing anything they can to make sure that they're addressing the challenges and, even the things that really are making the challenging, but they really have a lot of great things that they're thinking about. And as I listen to the conversations on the table, they really do love their campuses. And I think that's the one thing you need to really have in your heart to really make those changes happen in schools.
Thank you. I've said this before in different ways, I think, but your attention, your school's attention to each child is so obvious and it's stellar. It's so great to watch. Your kids are lucky to be at your school. Thank you. What your teachers do, not you. Your teachers.
Don't run off. Thank you, Mr. Medina, for your report. One thing that I have to acknowledge that I enjoyed seeing is, as I went through, all the administrative reports, how you outlined, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st grade and kindergarten, just a little bit of what everybody's doing. I thought that was really cool. To hear that you're communicating to parents the importance of attendance and sharing that policy with them, I think is vital. And then to hear you talk about, that you have these various families that are traveling such a long distance to attend your school, kind of speaks volumes about your school. Because with all due respect to all of our other elementaries, which are great schools, you know, they're traveling from Red River, even to Cuesta and, you know, Angel Fire. I know it's in the northern part and that might be closer to them, but they're going out of their way to attend your school. And, you know, I really want to commend the culture that you've established there. You really work on, just all your reports and everything that you do. Being a leader of that school, as all our principals are, and just creating that positive culture there, you know, it's not, we're here to educate our students, but we're also here to teach them life lessons and teach them, you know, how to be good citizens and good kids and take that home to their parents, and you do a good job at that. So thank you, sir.
I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was very exciting. I always enjoyed hearing about all our students. So item E is the campus reports for review. Having heard presentations from the previous presenters, and for the sake of time, we will highlight these for review. If there's anything that stands out for the board and they would like to make comments, please refer those to the superintendent to pass along to our administrators. I want to thank all of our administrators for their reports. I enjoy reading them. I know the board does. It's exciting to hear all the stuff that's going on at the school. I do want to commend those administrators that presented on all the character of all your slides and just the time that's put into making your presentation. We appreciate it very much. Each presentation had a lot of character, and it is exciting. I know the board gets excited to hear about all the positives that are going on in our schools. And also the emphasis on attendance, I think, is very important. And I could see that being worked through in all of our school sites. And just want to commend all our principals again for their leadership at our schools. Each school is its own unique family. And I think our principals are great leaders at those school sites. So not to be long-winded, I'll move along to item I, our district update presentation. IA is security. Mrs. Maria Gintet, Director of IT and Communications.
President Flores, Vice President Spring, members of the board, Dr. Layton, Anna, colleagues and community members. I want to take you, what I want to do is tonight, I want to take you through a software that the district uses. It's what we see on the back end to keep our students safe. So right now, what you guys are looking at is this is Securely Filter. Okay, these are all the top allowed sites that the kids are using. This is within the last 7 days. Okay, so Google is the most visited site. Then we have our Canvas, our website, YouTube, PowerSchool. Our top blocked sites, you're gonna see, these are the most blocked sites. Right here, you have, you know, we have 413 hits, for example, for Granny Games that the students are trying to look up. And you could actually go more into detail to see exactly who is looking up these sites. Top allowed videos that the kids are looking up. Like Eric said, Britney Spears made a comeback with her toxic video. Top allowed searches, we're seeing that the kids are using their calculator, YouTube, iReady, Book It. Top block searches, you're gonna see a lot of the games that are being blocked on the network here. Top educational sites, top non-educational sites, and our active policy. Now, what our active policy is, for example, these are custom policies of special requests that we get in the district. One, for example, we got last week, we had a student on an IEP that, you know, wanted Spotify. They needed to listen to music as they worked. So Eric went ahead and did his magic, created a special group. And so that student has a customized group so that they can listen to Spotify and work per the IEP. Now, next, I'm going to take you to Aware. I should have it off already.
So this is a little bit more critical. This is securely aware. What this tells me here is we have some critical students, high-risk students, and concerning students. What does that mean? So we're gonna move down here, the last 7 days. Bullying, you know, here in the last 7 days, we're not reporting any bullying that's happening. We have, 16 that are reporting grief, self-harm. These, if I come here to the last 30 days, what happened? Hold on. It usually does. The last 30 days I had it up. Hold on.
Is it not connected again?
Well, wait a second. This shouldn't matter. Here. Hold on. Okay, this is still the last 7 days, so, as you move it to 30, let me try it one more time and hopefully it doesn't kick me out. There we go. So if you can see this, grief and self-harm, we're having 77 students. We have gun terms, we have nudity, profanity, violence. Now, it's not all bad. So it could be, health projects that they're looking up. It searches by keywords and key phrases. So if there's the word knife in there, it's going to think right automatically you're cutting. If it's going to, some of these, it's a depression test. They want to know, what 3 ways, could you help a friend with an unhealthy relationship, mental abuse. So there's a bunch of different triggers, but this is how we can go ahead and monitor, on our equipment and our devices, what's going on, at home. You could see here, 69% of this was flagged during the school day. 31% is outside of the school day. Top flag searches, you're gonna see it's, not too great, how to kill yourself, depression test, fentanyl, bomb, depression. These are what our students are looking up, and these are the flags and the alerts that we get on the back end. And you are, obviously I can't click on these, but if I were to click here, view the list, view the list, view the list, it's gonna send me the list of exactly what student looked up at what time, and so we're able to go ahead and address it. One of the ones I'm gonna talk about at Taos High School, Miss Emmy, we had an alert go on, and one of them was a suicide note. I call Miss Emmy, and she starts investigating. The student is in school. It ended up being a student from another school that sent an email to her boyfriend that she was going to commit suicide. She immediately alerted the other school. They did what they had to do. And so these are the things that get caught in the back end that you guys don't hear about too much. Next is the fun part for you guys. I'm going to be taking you into Securely Classroom. Eric already gave you a device. So one of the pieces that I wanted you guys to see is what it's like to be a student at Taos Municipal Schools. I partnered up with Miss Carla Martinez to go ahead and help us with an exercise. As you guys are doing your you're gonna do a Canvas assignment. We've already logged you into Canvas. You have Canvas accounts. I'm gonna let Carla do that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna monitor right in front of you what you guys are doing, your behavior.
So thank you, Claudia. One of the things that we wanted to do was collaborate and also give you guys a glimpse as to what's going to happen during our virtual day. And so the teachers who do have Securely have the ability to monitor what's going on the students' devices and see what they're doing even when they're working remotely. So everybody should be logged into Canvas.
And this also gives you an idea of what our students work with on a daily basis. In Canvas, you should be able to see the homepage, which says Taos Municipal Schools.
Mhm.
If you scroll, you'll see the link to the website. And then directly below that,
No, they're already in. We already even took them a little,
did you take them to the quiz already?
no. We just took them to Canvas. They're logged
Okay.
into Canvas.
Are you guys in your Taos Municipal Schools class?
Yeah,
Okay, so if you're in there, you should see the big tiger. Directly below that, you should see, taoschools.org, the link to the website.
There we go.
And then below that are two links that are live. One is school board meeting October 23rd, and then the other one is Halloween early release, an
Yeah.
hour.
yeah.
So these both were created as announcements, and so teachers, when they create an announcement, they can embed the link within any one of the tools in Canvas, so they can embed it in their assignments, they can do it on their homepage. So it really makes students' navigation of the site much easier. So your assignment right now is to click on school board meeting October 23rd.
Get my message?
Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Maria, who is not doing what they're supposed to be doing? Everybody should be on
It already
announcements right
came out.
now. And looking at the screen, it looks like everybody's where they belong. So here's an
No, I'm not.
announcement.
No, you, here, over here, Susan.
Well, it's not there.
Wait, there it is. You went too far.
So,
You did something over here. Hit the tiger again.
and if you look at your names, you can see exactly what page you're on right now. And that's what the teacher is able to view as well.
I'm gonna go Monday night football.
Oh,
You you already all have a history on your devices.
It's Wednesday. President Flores is Wednesday.
So, your task, your homework for today or your classroom assignment is to complete a quick quiz. So if you can please click on the link that says Taos Municipal Schools, right next to quiz.
Let's see. Okay, thank you. Chris, so, all right, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No cheating. You see?
No.
You guys are all on the spot.
4 questions. Okay, we ready?
So,
I could view you
one
up
of the
there.
benefits of our quizzing system on Canvas is that it is secured, so it's locked until the teacher is ready for the students to actually take the quiz.
Nice.
So that they can't jump in and use their notes or cheat or collaborate, which I don't know if you guys are gonna do that or not. I'll allow that. Or you can hide your screen. The access code that you need is Tigers, capital T,
So do we hit on take the quiz?
yes.
Yes.
And then
Good.
you'll need to click on, and enter in your access code.
Okay.
The access code is what?
Tigers with a capital T.
Okay.
I believe there's 4 questions that you need to answer, so I'll give you guys just a couple of minutes to do that.
They're trick questions, by the way.
Let's see how well you know your history.
This is classic.
Oh, my God.
It shouldn't be too difficult. The history one, that's just a good guess.
Oh,
I got it. Okay.
oh my gosh, that's great. And you had a 4.
I got them all.
Nice.
Little competition. You know. You guys heard that,
You do not have to report your scores.
Oh, come on, we want to.
Hey, we don't get a treat? We don't get a treat?
Did you get 4 out of 4?
Overachiever.
Overachiever.
I got a 4. You did.
I just went with the longest day for the high school. I'm just like, I'm gonna go the old school way.
Well,
We're
the town
talking
was
about-
incorporated in 1934, so it probably had a high school by then, and
Yeah,
none of
yeah.
that, yeah. That was
Is
fun.
everybody done?
And you
Yeah.
can tell too, right?
3 out of
So
4.
as a teacher,
1953.
I can go in
Yeah, it's a
and
53.
now I have your scores, they're already in my Canvas gradebook, and then my
What is
Canvas
the elevator
gradebook goes to
count?
Power School.
You
It
answered
should
in the
sync,
correct
and then that's the
69.
process that the majority of our teachers are using, our secondary teachers for sure are using, to enter grades in Power School, which is our official grading system. But this is just a sample of the things that students will be doing, and do on a regular basis in the classroom. And then from my end, I can see if I have the classroom up, I can see if you opened up a different, website to try and find out when the first high school in Taos was established. And what was that?
1917.
1917. And so, those are the things that a teacher can view from their perspective, to see if a student's cheating, and then get on and say, hey, close out that other browser, or they can actually take over the device. So.
We're in first grade.
I'm a grade level behind.
Some of these functions, so we're looking at all your screens here. Some of these functions, you could go ahead and lock the screen, you can make announcements, you can chat. You can, look at the history of all the sites you visited. One of the also really cool things about the Chromebooks that the teachers probably really appreciate is the history. The students can't clear the history, so if they go off track as well, the teachers could go look at their history and see exactly what they're looking up. You're gonna see also a piece, one piece that you can see right away, see how our web filtering works, is type in Victoria's Secret, for example. That's probably the safest way to go. Yeah, go ahead, type it in, and if everything's working, you know, and you try getting into that website, it better be blocked.
Well, you know,
Yes, I did give you permission.
well,
There we go. So the first one up here, looks like this page isn't allowed. That's what we want to see. And that's what we want to see when students are taking home these devices. And so not only are they safe, on our network, but also through, the web filtering that we pay for. So every single year I come and always ask you to, approve the web filtering. This is what keeps our kids safe at home when they take home the devices, especially, on virtual learning day.
and that's why we don't want cell phones, right?
And I'm gonna go back to a question Mr. Hill talked about was AI, you know. I know everybody is scared of the unknown, but AI, you know, is coming. And one of the things that, you know, that we talked about in cabinet is how can we bring AI to our district safely? So there are, we talked about bringing professional development, how to teach AI in the classroom, how our teachers can use it. We have a great program at Taos High School. The last thing we want to do is have the kids pull out their phones, use AI, because we can't monitor it. So I'm working with one of the teachers there. It's actually a great drawing app that he's you know, it's an AI, you go in there, can you draw me a tiger? And it draws this amazing tiger, for example. That's a piece of AI that we can safely monitor, but we want to do it through our devices and equipment. So it's monitored and not through student handheld phones and their equipment, because at that point, we have no idea what they're looking up. Thank you.
Thank you,
all
teacher.
for
Yeah,
taking your
that's
quiz and
great.
not cheating. And I'm sorry, I don't have any gold stars for our high achiever. You'll get one.
It's all good.
Can we move on to second grade?
Yes. So I stand for questions.
Well, the computers are nice.
You guys did approve those.
I do have one question in regards to when you get pinged for those kind of concerning site visits for the students. How was that approached?
So for elementary, it's broken down into different groups. There's an elementary group, a middle school group, and a high school group. If it's for it, and they're broken down even into organizational units, so class of 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027 is all part of the organizational group at Taos High School. Miss Emmy, and her team would receive those alerts. Miss Linda Martinez would receive those alerts for her students. The elementary would receive the alerts for those students. Not only them, I think we have the social workers on there, we have designated people who receive those alerts.
So then would there, like, a staff member kind of pull the kid out of class or approach the kid or contact their parent?
I can let one of the principals speak to it. So securely, there have been, well, there was a student, I kept getting a notification, one right after the other, of guns, ammo, all these different crazy questions. And this kid was a really good kid, so I brought him in here into my office and I asked why I was getting these. He was doing his hunter safety online at home. And so that's what was happening. So, okay, you can't use your school, school issued device for that. You can use your parents' device, so on and so forth with that. There's been times where, they were looking for, again, it was guns. Those discs that you use to like shoot the shooting, yeah, they were looking for that. And the young man said that he really wanted to go duck hunting. And so he was looking for things like that. Again, you can't use your school issued device. The first day, I think I spoke to this, the last board meeting, when she tried to present this. She brought it to the school. She had all my aides in one class, and it just so happened that I was looking at all of what they were looking at. And one of the young ladies had a chat room open with another student, and she put in there that she wishes she could just die. And I said, I have to leave her, and we went and got the student. I pulled her into Mr. Chavez's class. I talked with her, called parent right after. She said that she didn't mean anything by it. I followed our protocol that we have in place, and talked to the mom, and that was handled like that. But those are just a few instances. There's sometimes that they are looking up inappropriate things that we have it documented as a technology violation.
Another follow-up question, I guess. Is there like a disciplinary action?
Once we put it into Power School, for the first time, is more than likely a verbal warning and a phone call home. Then after it would be like a day of lunch detention or after school detention, and it just continues to progress.
Well, thank you both. Is there any questions?
No, I think this is, it's great that the technology part is like you can monitor the sides, the visual, observation. You've got something, electronically, and a kid now, especially kids, and they don't always believe the teacher, that, hey, you can track what I'm doing. A lot of kids have Missouri in them, they gotta be shown. Show me. So that's good. I think that's very positive that, talk to the kid and find out exactly where they're at, and then the professionals can come in.
Vice President Spray has.
Thank you, President Flores. I have a couple of young nieces that go to school in Denver, at the public school in Denver, and there they have suicide, kids that get put on a suicide watch kind of a thing all through school. They're watched, kind of overseen. Does our school system have anything like that where they track kids? Great, thank you. I'm so glad to hear that.
We have students that check in. There's protocols.
Nice, thank you. So I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you for the exercise and everything, and I also want to acknowledge your staff, and if you could just share with us, aside from Mr. Eric, thank you, Eric, for everything that you do and help with the district and our technology. Who else do you have working with you?
So we contract our services out, you know that, Eric is part of the team, and then we have another on-site FTE, Jonathan, who's with us 2 days a week, and then I have a secretary, Michelle Franco, who, is basically, I want to say, our tier 1 support for technology. She answers the phone, she could power wash devices. She's that first level. Who do we go to for help? How do we get help? She'll show you how to put in a help desk ticket. So I do have a very small staff, but I think we make it work, you know?
Well, thank you and thank your staff. We appreciate all this you do. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
I'm glad we're able to do the round two and get it working tonight for you guys.
Get it.
Okay, so moving right along, we have item J, our superintendent report. I know he's been waiting all night.
Stop it,
Dr. Antonio Leon Jr.
I appreciate that, President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. So for this superintendent update, I just wanted to update you on our district attendance. You do have the presentation there in front of you, in a document as well. Obviously, you have some time to put it up there. But having said that, our district attendance, we are tracking it on a weekly basis. Last year, the 23-24 school year, the district overall average is 88%. Currently, we're at the same level at 88%, with week 10 being 85, prior week 86, week 8 89, and as you can see from your charts.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The progression for the week. So we will be continuously monitoring our student attendance for all campuses. And not only are we going to monitor our student attendance, but we share this data with our principals. So that way they can create and provide the initiatives to go ahead and keep increasing our attendance. Having said that, one of the new initiatives that we wanted to do this year different, and I know y'all may be looking at the next page, but if y'all can bear with me, we want to congratulate. You can go ahead. We want to congratulate Arroyos del Norte Elementary for having the highest student attendance for the month of September. As part of the celebration, each of the students at Arroyos del Norte will be getting an ice cream bonus on behalf of the district. It's not coming out of your budget. Thank you. So having said that, we also want to celebrate and honor, and you heard this earlier, our staff who have a high attendance. So we looked at the data. It was extremely close. I will tell you that. But the campus with the highest staff attendance is, you can go. Enos Garcia. So as part of the honoring of the highest staff attendance, not on your budget, Ms. Nicole, but all staff will be receiving a free burrito.
Move it on.
Breakfast burrito on my dime, so.
Oh, it's Dr. Leon.
So it's just our way of incentivizing, but at the same time, giving at least the honor of each of the campuses, and I'm sure the rest of the principals are already going, oh, no. You know, the competition amongst the principals is pretty high, so I'm pretty sure this probably will be different unless, we'll see, but nonetheless, we want to highlight the campuses that do have highest attendances.
If I could just comment, I think this is awesome. You know, I don't know how, if we could do it every month, but maybe quarterly or every 9 weeks. To recognize each school site for various things is great.
President Flores, it will be on a monthly basis.
Awesome.
Next, moving along with the district enrollment. What I wanted to show you is how the enrollment changes from week to week, but also as part of the superintendent's report to show you the enrollment from our last regular board meeting. We did show 1782 as a district. We have increased by 6 students so that currently we're at 1789.
Good.
And I want to thank Ms. Carla Martinez for providing that data.
Did you import some students from another district?
We'll find a way.
You're already busting them. Superintendent.
Busted them in.
What I do want to bring up is, and I want to go previous slide, one more, because I do want to commend Cyber Magnet for the following. So Cyber Magnet, in looking at their data,
Where am I going? One
just
more?
to the highest staff attendance.
Okay.
So just to mention, in Cyber Magnet, in talking with Carla, she realized as we looked at the data, she does have 1 teacher. And that one teacher has been phenomenal and being here every single day. And so, having said that, we will include Cyber Magna because she had 99 point something percent attended for the month of September.
Right.
So we did want to honor and we do want to acknowledge the fact that the principal did say, we'll forego, knowing that the other campuses might have a little bit of harder time reaching those higher. So we will go ahead and provide burrito to the principal and the teacher for Cyber Magna. So they're inclusive.
I see that, yeah, 99.
Is 7 students. There's a correction. We've added one more student since the last slide. It is 7 students that we have added from our last.
Aren't you a math teacher?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, man.
This was, I don't always get 100% correct.
Can I have a
But
copy?
this
in
is
your
room,
office?
yeah, absolutely. Room for growth, right?
You got up early this morning.
So having said that, moving over to the next slide, which is JC. I wanted to acknowledge the fact, if you've noticed, the campus principals and the reports included all the important goals as well as need measures. And our cabinet is also a part of that. So at the beginning of the year, we did have a retreat and we developed our campus, or excuse me, our district goals, which is to increase math and reading proficiencies. But having said that, we wanted to also see what by area can we do to help our campus sites reach their goals. And so the first slide that you see here is our Associate Superintendent, Ms. Mondragon, and what she has said as far as her goals and how they're going to achieve those goals. Having said that, Ms. Mondragon was not able to be with us tonight.
She is.
However, in person, however, she is joining us virtually. And I can state what the goals are, but best let our directors and associate superintendent know how it's going with those goals and lead measures. And so we'll go right ahead and have Ms. Mondragon. Are you there with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Layton. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our progress on our lead measures that we've been working on as the instructional team for Taos Municipal Schools. I think, you know, this is a good ending to the night of all of the presentations of the principals and everything that they've been able to implement at the district in their school sites. We're the kind of that backbone that's supporting all of those initiatives that are going on at the schools, looking for ways that we can fund professional development or find extra time for our teachers to go in and plan for instruction. Something that we, well, first I want to go over my team members. We have our Federal Programs Director, Melissa Eager, Exceptional Programs Director, Lynn Brasher, our School Improvement, Continuous School Improvement, Carla Martinez, our Indian Education Department Supervisor, Ms. Lujan, Health and Wellness Supervisor, Benita Lovato, and our District Compliance Officer, Andrea Trujillo, who is all a part of this instructional team. What we've done is take a view of this, of how all of these programs help to support instruction in math and ELA in the classroom. So as Dr. Layton said, we were looking at going into the classrooms and having at least 5 classroom walkthroughs, visiting with teachers and our staff at the school sites and seeing what their needs were and how, you know, what we could do to help support that classroom instruction. Our goal would have been at this point in time at 10.5 weeks in the school year would be to have 52.5 classroom visits. We exceeded our goal, met that 100% and exceeded it. We had 175 classroom visits in the 10.5 weeks of the school year. The team absolutely loved this idea and enjoys going out into the classrooms, and it kind of leads, you know, us back into why we're doing what we're doing, why we're filling out the paperwork that we are and creating the budgets that we are. Some of the resources that we've been able to provide with this for the school sites is additional iReady and Panorama training for staff, The EA training that you heard of at Enos Garcia was brought by Exceptional Programs. That was after a discussion that we had looking at behaviors in the classroom and how we could support our teachers additionally. Reviewing Power School coding for attendance for our Native American students. Ms. Lujan was talking to students as she was in the classroom about their attendance, and that was one of the concerns. So as a team, we went back, looked at the attendance coding and found that coding wasn't what it needed to be across the district. So as a team, we worked on making sure that we had consistent coding across the district. Our federal program supported SEL strategies for classroom activities. We were ensuring that 100% of documentation for all school sites for health needs for our students was also implemented. We're working right now as a group because we're all a part of kind of each member's teams as well is working on restorative justice. So something that was brought up at the high school is looking at how we can decrease out of school suspension and bring our students back in so they're not losing out on instructional time. So we're looking at our community schools funding and seeing how that can support restorative justice. It is in one of our indicators. So we're looking at additional staffing for that. We're going to be providing LEA and administrator training for special education for students in the area of discipline, which is also all looking about students not losing instructional time so that we are able to increase that math time. And then even small things such as providing adapters to our early elementary grade levels so that the students could use the headphones that we had purchased, but unfortunately the connection didn't meet up with the iPad, so we purchased adapters for them. We've also looked at health screenings and how we could connect with community schools and with all of our sites to get students actually to the health screening and to the optometrist that was stationed at Enos Garcia. So we worked with safety and security actually to help transport one of our high school students who hadn't received glasses for I don't even know how many years, but they finally have a prescription so that they can have a pair of glasses. Those are those small things that add up to big things that help lift those burdens and removing obstacles and providing resources for our staff so that they can start focusing on math and ELA instruction. Some of the positive impacts that we're seeing as the team is increased visibility in the district classrooms, the collaboration across departments, the utilization of funds. I think most importantly, like I said, is that our directors and supervisors see this lead measure as something that brings joy back into their day after a day of, going through budgets and working on grant applications and rewriting them as we need to see fit. When you go into the classroom, you see again who it's benefiting. Our next steps that we're looking at is review of adjustments of the lead measures, and then we're going to start working to further support classroom instruction and strategy implementation. I think with the district having such a high visibility in the classroom now is going to lead to teachers becoming more comfortable with us working on strategies and implementation in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mondragon. Does the board have any questions or comments for Associate Superintendent Mondragon?
I just have a comment, President Flores, on the lifting the burdens and removing obstacles. That whole concept, I think, is super important for maximum engagement, and we utilize those concepts with kids and activities that we offer, at the Pueblo, because when kids don't have the transportation or parents can't, provide a dinner or whatever it may be. It could just simply be not having a jacket, that can prevent a child from participating. So I like that concept is being utilized in the academic setting, because I think once it pretty much there's like no excuse, like we'll get you there, we'll feed you, we'll do what we need to do so that you can get the education that you deserve. So
President Flores, if I may, and Member Concha, if I'm gonna just extend that. During our weekly cabinet meetings, each of us, speak about what burdens have been lifted or what resources have been provided. So we give each other the things that we have done in the previous week, which that exemplifies those exact things. So just so that you know, it is a common language that we use in our weekly cabinet meetings as well.
Great.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent Mondragon.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Hagan, you're welcome.
Next up, we have for the Director of Finance, if we can look at this next slide. Oh, I actually have a clicker. Hold on. Let me grab it. Yeah, there you go. That was you. So, as, again, going back to the retreat for our Director of Finance, she had listed the team meetings that she was going to have with staff to see how they can achieve and make things roll successfully for staff and students. Set weekly goals along with staff on how to help school sites, and meetings with at least one principal per week with all principals to review process, procedures, needs, and wants. And so this was the goal set by Director of Finance. But again, to be able to speak to how those are going, I have Ms. Maestas here, which, by the way, I need to say, she's been working previously in her office right before this, so.
All right.
You know, she's always on, she's always on.
Good evening, members of the board, President Flores, Dr. Layton. Well, you know, it's been an eventful, challenging first year and a half, let's just say. There's days that I'm like, what's going on here? So there's been lots of changes. I mean, the district has had some struggles. I think just the entire district can relate to this, where we've had struggles in keeping staff. And so, you know, when I took on the position, everybody was brand new. I was new, everybody training into like new goals, new structures, new settings, new rules. And then coming from, you know, the aftermath of the forensic audit, and still as we're rolling into it, I think I'm still cleaning up the mess, I'll put it in a nice way. And so it's definitely been a challenge. We've come a long way. You know, we think that we're just right there. We're getting, you know, pretty strong, and then we have a person resign, and then we have another one resign. Then we fill those, and then we have another one drop off. So it's just, you know, kind of like everywhere in the district where everybody's kind of having issues maintaining staff. So in order to meet our goals, we just keep moving forward. You know, we were able to implement the new grant coordinator, so we're working with her directly to be able to get, you know, more grants, more money, kind of streamline the district as well. Before we can move forward on even getting any more money, we got to get all our grants in place, spend the money, not lose any money. So that's our main goal and focus for, you know, part of the grant monies for this year to assist all the federal programs, and maintenance, and, you know, just everywhere we can to lend a hand to try to see where we can fit budgets and move them to help the district. You know, our goals are to ensure that the district's financial stability, you know, and maintain a balanced budget. I feel like all of us are all learning a new way of living, you know, from the past. Things are just different. I feel like we're all these little baby deers, like with little broken legs, trying to, you know, make sure we're doing the right thing or did we not do the right thing. And so everybody's kind of living in fear from the forensic audit still. No one wants to make a wrong move. No one wants to be judged. No one wants to get in trouble. So we're moving. But at the end of the day, you know, we're making strides. We're doing a bunch of trainings. We've started some trainings with the account streams with, you know, Dr. Layton's support. He's helped us, you know, get the cabinet on board to learn the account streams and the chart of accounts. We had trainings also as well with the financial specialists and secretaries to kind of get them on board and teach them a little bit more about the chart of accounts, account streams, what you can buy, what those, all the little numbers, 32 digits mean. You know, everybody's like, what the heck, you're gonna remember all this? But, you know, we don't want them to memorize it, but we want them to at least know what it's about and understand the why and the needs. And I don't think that's ever been put forth before. So, you know, with all this, it enhances like really the save money, get the better thing for our bucks, so to say. And just the best purchasing options for the district to, you know, to make the repairs, to get things done that they need to get. So we're moving, we're working. There's a lot of changes, a lot of different things happening. So I hope that we can still keep pushing forward. You know, Dr. Layton's been a good support to all of us and not letting us fail or give up, I should say. So I think we're doing well, and we're gonna be meeting with all principals. We go out to every school site every month we have. So far, we've done 3 schools. I have 2 more left where we go and teach them about procurement, the rights, the wrongs, the do's, the don'ts, you know, how to do a purchase order, all that stuff. So, you know, a lot of them are very grateful. They say, you know what, it's never been taught to us before. No one's ever come out and told us this. No one's ever told us how to purchase, how to do this stuff. So we're giving them, you know, little pamphlets, and now with Dr. Mayton's assistance, we have accountability now. So those of you that wish to misbehave are now held accountable. You know, so it's a little process now. You get your little verbal, you get your write-up, and then, you know, eventually, because, you know, for a little bit there, it was getting pretty bad where people weren't following. They were just purchasing like crazy without having a appeal in place, and then we were like, what the heck? Who gave you permission? So we're trying to streamline things, and then just, you know, we're learning new, trying to push out the new rules and procedures out to all the school sites, and a lot of our, you know, leaders are, you know, they were used to one certain way, and now we're all getting used to a whole new way, so we're making it, we're getting there. So I hope y'all have fun, because we're doing it. We're making things happen. It's a big change, so, you know, different from what it was before. I want to get everyone and all of us away from the mindset of being afraid to make a decision. You know, to be worried about if they're gonna be in trouble or held accountable for their friends about it and stuff like that. I want everybody to at least feel comfortable at some point to say, hey, it's okay to make a mistake. Everything's fixable. You're not gonna go to jail. You're gonna be fine. As long as you're doing the right thing, we can move forward. So I hope that eventually we can, with Dr. Mayton's assistance, we can get everybody on board. To be okay. So, any questions?
Do we have any questions for our Director of Finance?
Just a comment. And, I always say smart people ask questions.
Right.
And I think that if, you know, the message of the, excuse me, that can go out there is that if they have any questions, to call and just get that question answered. How do I do this? And, I think that just the certifications that you all have just really, really set the foundation for what procurement is. And again, you control the budget, where the money is gonna come from, and it's really just not that complicated. But yet it is so necessary to run a district as big as this. When you're talking about a $30 million budget, you better know how to spend that money. And it better be done right, because I believe that you just went through an audit. And that's your what is it, your report card, not just for the finance, but for the entire district. And I commend you, because it's an incredible responsibility, you know, to be able to put all the financials together, to give them the information that they need, the accurate information that they need to put these financials together. And so I commend you, and thank you. As long as you're there, you're the backbone, but you'll navigate through the waters of every principal, everyone during purchasing. And but they'll get it, and they'll become just second nature. And but you're just become the watchman. You just become the watchman, just looking and watching. And at the end of the day, it tells a story, a beautiful story of where we were, where we are, and where we're going as a district. And we kind of are nuts and bolts, and that's what it takes to be able to make things work. But again, I really commend you, and I commend those purchasing, the principals, your procurement people at your levels. Thank you so much for the adhering to the direction that the finance is giving you. And again, it's a new way of doing business for Taos Municipal Schools. And it's doing the right thing, doing what, and actually it's what's statutorily is required of us to do. It isn't even our rules, is what statute requires of us to do. So I used to tell people I wear orange very well, but I'm not going to wear it for anybody else that would want to take shortcuts.
Right.
So if you talk about being hard-nosed, let me tell you, that's sometimes what it takes. And it's just a good balance of where we want to go. And I thank you very, very much for your tenacity and your commitment to Taos Municipal Schools and your staff. Thank you.
Vice President Cindy.
Thank you, Mark. President Harris, sorry. Tanya, thank you. I would just wanted to make a comment. You guys, in my view, you guys should worry about your own work and your own audits that come out of your own work. And I'd like you, or I hope that you don't worry about the forensic audit because that's, all of us are worrying about that.
Correct.
So don't, tell me,
I keep
don't
telling our
worry
staff.
about that. We got that.
I keep telling the girls, you're gonna be okay. As
Yeah,
long as you're doing
you
your
guys
job.
you guys are responsible for your work and moving forward and we're taking care of the rest of that. Okay?
I will relay the next thing. Thank
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ms.
I do want to make one comment, President Flores, and then.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll never do, let me keep.
No, it's it's encouraging to hear. Mrs. Maestas, that you're going out to every site and showing people it's a new day and showing them the process. It's like anything. This is how, it should be done. You know, there's no such thing as, you know, we're no one's perfect, but, you know, they have your number if they have a question. Then this is encouraging because we don't want to keep making the same mistake. So I think it's encouraging to hear the superintendent is encouraging that because there's nothing like actually getting out of your office, going to the sites and every school site in the district. So I'm happy to hear that. I'm definitely happy to hear that.
We're about 85% complete with the audit. Never in a million years would I thought I'd ever say I actually liked an audit because it's a lot of work. But now we're getting to where we get to work on, what we need to work on, what works and what doesn't work. I think a lot of people think the audit is just a horrible smack in the hand, but no district is ever perfect. You're gonna have those messes up and you learn from them and you fix them and you move forward and you change process. So I never thought I'd say I like an audit, but I'm actually liking it. But
You
we
learn.
learn what we need.
Yeah, I think you said a lot. Every business, I mean, even my business, you deal with the state and they tell you, you know, you need to address this and you do it and you really want to do it correctly. I know you, Tanya, before you were with the school. So you want to do, you know, especially with the education, you know, we're trying to teach our young people regards future leaders. This is the way to do it and this is why you do it. So then everyone succeeds. There's not a, you know, it's not a perfect world, but this is the best practices and that's the reason you have the assistance with the state as well. Yeah, so that's good.
President Flores, members of the board, I just wanted to commend the finance department, and more specifically, their director, all our directors, the superintendent, campus sites, we all work hard, right? But I do want to commend, Ms. Maestas because, and I'm gonna say this intentionally before you check my math. 6 out of 5 nights, you will see the director of finance here in the late hours of the night. And so I want to commend her for that because it's the time that she's putting in is to make sure that we're doing things right. I just wanted to make that a note for you.
Thank you.
I just want to echo superintendent's comments also on as a board, you know, seeing you grow and step up to the plate and fill the position that you're filling now with all the responsibilities that comes with. We're very proud of you, to see you grow, and we're very lucky to have you, you know, at the head of our finance department. And then I have a question for you in regards to Secretary Trujillo's comment to you. Count your nuts and bolts. What happens if you have more nuts and bolts?
Thank you for later.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Alrighty, up next.
Get a break, restroom break or something.
Is the board want to take 5 minutes? Gotta keep it tight. We have people waiting. You want to just go real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So up next, Director of Human Resources, for their lead measures and goals, they wanted to follow substitute assignments more closely to match sub credentials, not just a one body. They want to push EAs to continue their education, become teachers for the shortages that we currently have. And there's some examples there of the different campuses. They want to follow credentials and be programmatic about it, and more advertisement in effective locations. They also don't want to track and communicate substitute assignments weekly for proper credentials and placement.
President Flores, members of the board, colleagues in the audience, I want to let the board know that a lot has changed and switched since this initial meeting that we had back in July, where we were having the communication with regards to teacher shortage, just the issues of having and hiring teachers in a timely manner, and not just necessarily in a timely manner, but just a lot of those roadblocks that we had with regards, and still do with regards to the background check process, the House Bill 128 process. Following the rules, following statute isn't always in everybody's, it seems to be in everybody's best interest. And when you're on the other end, it's always like, where are we with this? Where are we with hiring? So when we initially met for during the retreat, one of the things that I thought of was, okay, we have the issue of our teacher shortage that is that we have recognizing nationwide. We have numerous educational assistants that we know want to continue their education, that may already have their credentials and just need to get through an alternative program, or a program like the Three Rivers that we currently have. And so I was basically at that time thinking, okay, we have lemons, how do we make lemonade? Okay, well, with Dr. Layton's idea and push towards how can we change the process and stay, but yet still stay within statute, because that's one thing I know he had a little bit of hesitation from me, because it's not about change. I love change. It's not about, I'm just about, let's follow the rules, let's follow the law, and I'm the last person who's going to want to circumvent anything. So, you know, it took a little bit for me to conform to the idea of how can we hire staff and beat a lot of our competitors who typically don't follow the process of House bills. I know a lot of charter schools, and I'm not saying that typically in Taos, but charter schools in general, state charters don't necessarily follow the rules until we are known to want to follow the rules. And if we have a law that we're going to follow it. For me to conform to the idea of how can we get our staff on board with, and then like almost a backwards type approach. And that was the part that was a little bit hard for me, but at the same time, all I asked Dr. Layton, can I just please involve our legal? If I can involve our legal and we get a blessing, then yes, let's do what we need to do. And in talking with our legal, with our attorney, it was, well, it's not best practice. However, it can be done. I said, okay, talk to me, because I'm still not comfortable with it's not best practice. But I thought, okay, how can we do this? And it was, let's interview as normal. However, if we have a recommendation on the table, let's get these people on board. Of course, we have to do the background check first, and then let's start the House bill process. Now, what our legal did tell us is, it's not like we have to totally go through like a discharge if the House bill comes back negative. We can look at it more like because our offers of employment are contingent on the results of the background. They're contingent on the results of the House bill. And it would be more of a, the offer can at that time, I don't want to say we take it back, but yes, it would be at that time, you do not pass the House bill. And it's a little unfortunate that the timing still, we get somebody on board, and then I'll explain that process. It's a real simple process, and then we get the House bill going, and thank goodness that We've hired a staff of teachers. And so far, the House bills have been coming in pretty clear, which every time I'm, oh Lord, it's just one of those things, I can't deny it. I was skeptical, I'm wary, but at the same time, I will conform. Because I do realize that it is important, and waiting up to 30 days is not necessarily in the best interest of our students. Now, a background is a must. You cannot begin until you've actually done a background. It's the House bill, the ethical part, that it takes a little bit more time. So the process is now that we post a position. We actually have the positions of where the principals and directors are still the leads of the committees. They will recommend to the superintendent through HR the unranked positions. And then what HR does at that time is they prepare the offer letter, and the offer letter, once signed by the superintendent, we will offer the position, and they can start as long as they have completed their background. And of course, all the other information that goes with that. And then immediately we will begin the process of House bill. And like I said, so far it's been very helpful in that we have not had the need to begin with long-term subs and subs that we were dealing with. And we still do, we still have some, because there are some hard to staff positions that we are dealing with, but we do not have the number of openings that we have had in the past. And I feel very good about that. And just knowing that the attorney has said that, not best practice, however, you can do this. And we would not go through a discharge if that was the case. We would go through, as the offer letter states, contingent on funding and that you pass all requirements and that you meet the licensure requirements and so on and so forth. So because of the change, it has enabled us to place certified staff in positions sooner rather than later. It's something that we can continue to look at and work on? Absolutely, because of the not best practice piece. The principals have all been through an email from my office. I did inform the principals that this is a change in process and that that it isn't best practice. However, that we will still continue with the House bill. It's just not waiting in the lag time to put a certified teacher and or other employee in place. And so with that, that was where we are with my contribution to the support and where I came in with hiring and getting in certified staff.
Secretary Field.
Stand for questions.
Thank you, President Flores. Thank you for just taking that leap into, sometimes it's an unknown charter or unknown chartered waters. But again, just the fact that I believe that the people that applied were very willing to step into the process, knowing that they had to go through the House Bill 128. So again, if they're very much aware that this is the criteria, I think that they would be, again, as you said, it works both ways. You hiring them and they're wanting to place themselves in this position. But I was gonna ask, we've had a lot of retirements and in the past couple of years. Are any of these teachers wanting to come back and teach?
Yes, President Flores and Board Member Trujillo, we have received a few of our return to work, especially with the statute, the legislature changing to the 90-day, which is the best thing, the 90-day sit out. It has worked really seamlessly, the 90 days. So if they were retired in May, end of May, they could seamlessly come back at the start, or pretty close to the start of the school year, which I really like that they did that. I anticipate that the 36-month rule will be changing. I cannot imagine that the legislature will not change that, because 36 months is here and gone, and then we're gonna have a mass exodus of teachers because of the statute. So I anticipate that they will change and increase that to maybe 5 years as opposed to the 36 months.
And the other question to that is, do they have to do the same background checks, everything the same?
Yes,
same
okay,
way, okay.
so it's, and Board Member Trujillo, yes, when they return to work, if they're a brand new,
Brand new.
we wrote the relationship, with that employee. They come back, they are no longer, they have no seniority, they have to go earn their tenure again, as if they're brand new. If they left 50 days on the table of sick leave, they come back to, as a new employee would accrue. And, that's just one of the, for getting double, the double dipping, you get your pension and your salary. And I've always explained to everybody, because of the salary amount. So if you, are receiving 100,000, and I'm just using that because it's an easy number, and you have to continue to contribute, you're basically earning at about a 90% rate. But it's 90% of a salary, because you have to contribute to ERB, even though it's not going into your personal pension, it's going into the solvency to maintain the ERB. 90% salary plus your full pension is still a win. It's still a positive thing. And so it's a really good thing. And I just will hope that the legislators will see that 36 months is, we already have some of the return to work. This would be their final year. And so I just can't imagine that they must leave and they're done. I really do believe that that'll be something that'll be looked at.
And again, are you doing anything to recruit them?
As far as our return to work,
Yes.
if I don't, the principals sure are, because
Okay.
that's usually their staff, and they will have those communications with their principal and say, I want to leave. Even though the principals are not able to say we can hold that position for you, it has worked out pretty well for some of the teachers that have come back to even their same positions. And that has been really good. But we also have had some positions where teachers have expressed the return to work, and we have posted those positions, that others have been the successful candidates. But this is just their way of, maybe they, instead of teaching dual language, that maybe now they're teaching 4th grade in another school. So it's the return to work is a really, really good program, and I just hope that we continue to want to support and have our teachers and our other educators return while it's there.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Board Member King, yeah, I'm sorry, Esther, I had to go out. I wanted to hear all this, so, what's the 36 months? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Flores and Board Member King, the 36 month is the return to work rule that the legislature approved, so that an individual who gets approved the ERB return to work program, they have the ability to, if they sit out 90 days, and that means sit out, no volunteering, no coming in as contract, basically staying away from education for 90 days. You can return with full pension and full salary minus the retirement piece that you have to contribute for 36 months.
So
And after 3 years, you're supposed to kind of go off into the sunset. But because it's a statewide, I just really cannot, maybe I'm wrong, but I just cannot see the legislature extending that. Because can you imagine all the teachers leaving after 36 months? It would be completely chaos statewide.
Yeah, we have a shortage. We learn it, that's what we hear every conference. There's a shortage, staff, we heard it from, regards Miss Maestas. So yeah, I mean, you can't shoot yourself in the foot.
Correct.
I mean, we're a rural state. We all know we're a rural state, and it's great to have people from other areas come to our community, but not everyone wants to work. And educators are not a dime a dozen. and good ones, you know, there's a calling, I believe. The teachers, I mean, you know, it's a change in a person's life when they have someone who connects. You know, whatever their talents may be, so no, it's good to hear.
Any other questions from board members?
From the board. Thank you, Ms. Winters.
Thank you so much.
So next we have Director of IT and Communications. Her goal setting was to make sure the internet is always up. Staff, students have devices, post on social media website, information communications. Her lead measures were providing 100% of all incoming student staff devices within 48 hours. And meet with at least one campus staff member per week to review instructional software implementation.
Dr. Layton, I think you just did my whole presentation for me. But, the obvious, you know, to make sure that the network is always up and running for our students and staff. Make sure that all the staff and students have, working, devices. One of the things I really focused on is the weekly posts that I do on the website, on social media. I don't know if you follow us on social media, but I am constantly trying to get information out there. I'm grabbing information from different schools weekly, just to keep the public and the community aware of what we're doing. Provide 100% of all incoming students and staff with devices. There was a change, and I did talk to Dr. Layton. We had done 48 hours, but realistically, we're getting out devices within 72 hours of new enrollment and incoming staff. It takes at least a day just to sync new credentials for the students, and sometimes even to run updates can take up to another day. So that did change for me. One of the things that, let's see here, so when we met at our board retreat, you know, we talked about, you know, the obvious thing that IT can do to keep everything up and running. Associate Superintendent, Ms. Bernetta Mondragon and Dr. Layton, you know, really challenged me to, you know, let's take it a step further. Let's talk about software. Let's see what our teachers are using. Let's monitor the software that is happening in the classrooms, and gathering that information, and hopefully at the end of the school year, when test scores and everything come out, if we see this teacher testing really high, we're going to look at the software that the kids were using in class, and, you know, hopefully be uniform across the district, and so that we can get the test scores up in all grade levels. So right now I do have homework. These are pages and lists of softwares that are being used in the district by different teachers, different schools. And so if we could get this uniform and at the end of the year, you know, see who's testing higher, and then maybe take that back to each of the classrooms. You know, second grade, if they're using, oh gosh, I don't even know, a certain software, and if they test high in another second grade class, didn't test so high, maybe, you know, get that second grade class on the same software system.
There's different modalities for learning. I think that's awesome.
And that's kind of it. I said questions.
Question for Mr. Tat?
No, you're so thorough. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, last but not least, we have our Director of Safety, Security, and Operations. So he's been chomping at a bit.
Ever feel like a little people? If you got that reference, you're a Yankee fan, by the way. Good evening, board members, President Flores, Layton, Sana, Maria. I think we kind of discussed our goals at one point in one of my presentations, so I'm just kind of echo them. So Manpower Supervisor of Transportation, we wanted to make our buses feel safer. They are safer, but we wanted the students and the parents to feel safer. So we haven't got to the point where we're doing the social media once a week. We haven't got that far because what we've noticed with all these goals, and you've heard from the other directors, just because you put them on paper doesn't mean you're gonna get them done immediately. This takes time. And no matter how amazing I think my staff is, it's gonna take a little more time than we thought. However, going to the bus safety stuff, there has been some great ideas passed around in our supervisors meetings, which I told you is similar to Dr. Layton's cabinet meetings. In which the supervisors sit there, share ideas and come up with these concepts. So one of the ones that Ms. Martinez is working on right now is purchasing lights. I'm gonna tell you a quick story on that. We had some young ladies from the high school who had a little bit of a moment where they didn't know what they had seen in the dark. Some of our students wait in the dark. It had never dawned on me before that our students wait in the dark for the buses. I know, some parents, they don't have proper lighting, for whatever reason, wherever they're located. So how can we help that? Obviously, we can't go put streetlights for everybody. That's not feasible. But what can we do to help with it? So in their supervisors meeting, they came up with the concept of buying little lights for the students. 2 reasons it helps. One, so buses and other cars can see our students with a light on their backpack or on their person. But 2, if you're standing there in the dark, the chamizo can look like a lot of things, but if you're able to shine a light on you, it makes a kid feel safe. Now, I believe that a lot of our parents are out there with the smaller ones, but these were actually high school students. I think sometimes we don't think of them as in need as much. So I was very impressed with the way the supervisory staff came up with that idea, and now we've gone to it. On top of that, Samantha and Lisa and Arturo actually jumped on those buses and they went riding around. Because the best way to map out your bus system is be a part of it. Take the drivers for their word, but also go with them and see what it's like to ride our buses. So our supervisor did that, and she did an excellent job of encouraging her staff to do it. And I think it benefited everybody to have better insight. The uniforms, bus drivers, facilities and maintenance, security, we're all wearing uniforms. Miss Atento already left, but I wanted to comment on one of her custodians who we thought was gonna be a little bit of a holdout on wearing it, because he dresses like I do to do custodial work, and it's amazing to see him. So when Mr. Santiago actually got his bundle, he was more than excited. They had never received anything like that from the district before, and I think that's something to applaud. And my supervisor's board for coming up with that idea of doing this, for 1, for safety, but 2, for unity. I think it worked. This one's a fun one for me. I was telling Dr. Layton this morning, I mentioned Anthony Bourdain, but now I've changed it to Guy Fieri. We want better food in the kitchen. Your students deserve better food in the kitchens. How do we do that? Well, let's taste the food for one. Let's find out what they're eating. So one of the things that, again, we came up with our supervisors meeting, Ms. Duran has actually been tasked with at least once a week going out and checking what the food consistency is in her, what she's serving to the children. Now, she has managers, of course, in all of these sites. So for this last week, I've been the taste tester because she couldn't eat for certain health reasons. But I was able to do it, so I get this little portion and I'm able to taste it. And oh man, it's really good. I tried this pepper chicken at Ninos and it was amazing. And then I tried a teriyaki chicken at Ranchos and it was amazing. But I didn't like it. And I had a reason for it. It had nothing to do with the way it was cooked. It was cooked excellent. The ladies are amazing. Their rice by far. But I didn't like the frozen taste of it. And those are the realities of us sitting down and actually saying, well, we don't like this. Why would a kid like this? Well, the best way to know that is to do what? Ask the kids. Did you like it? They loved it. They loved it, but I didn't like it. So for that particular one, we're looking into, well, maybe we're not going to serve that anymore. The lemon pepper chicken was amazing. Had a little too much breading. I didn't like that part. But there's ways for us to fix that. When we go to our commodities meetings, we can actually sit there and ask these questions to the people who we're purchasing this from. I had a little bit of fun. I was trying to Dr. Layton. I felt like Anthony Bourdain when I was in there enjoying myself. Security checking in and asking the math questions. Again, we're going to get there, but we had to get security to have better interactions with students first. And that's one thing that they've been concentrating on at their sites is actually interacting with our students, interacting with their parents, interacting with our staff. That was also a question that came up with our nutrition staff and our bus staff, is being a little more personable. Being the kind of people that we, you know, represent the district when anybody's there. Somebody's visiting your kitchen, somebody's visiting the school and you're greeting them at the door or at the gate at the high school. There's a proper way to greet people. Say hello, say good morning, say good evening. May I see your ID? Using polite terms usually helps to defuse situations before they happen. So those are some of the things that security has been doing. Facilities have been doing the same thing. Alipio, and his people have definitely been all over the place lately. When we go from hot to cold and cold to hot, everything just, it's a mess. So when you see hot to cold, y'all are gonna get calls at some point about cold classrooms at Enos. We're working on that boiler system. We're trying to get it up and running. If you guys recall, we had a flood. Well, these are the side effects. You don't fill them until you fill them, and now we're starting to fill it. The great thing here though is, again, in those supervisor meetings, we're able to get everybody together and say, what can we do to help the situation before it gets worse? Well, let's find every heater we can. Let's go put them in. I even believe that, Alipio has reached out to the town of Taos, and I believe, our mayor has said he'd provide us with some of the equipment. We're talking literally plug-in heaters until we get the boiler system fired. That's Taos weather though. Today it's cold. Tomorrow it's hot, especially when you have all the windows that we have at Enos. So these are the things that, going to our last goal here, was to have weekly meetings with the supervisors. The supervisors we've moved it to Fridays. Now, one of the fun things I like to do is I actually assign one of them to assign the meeting to the rest of the group. Because I think that's very important for them, because they lead the majority of the people in the departments. I only lead 4 people. They lead everybody else. So it gives them that opportunity to have the ownership of it and create the meetings, and we run the meetings at our office there at the warehouse. Those meetings have been pretty successful. I think I'm happy with them. I have to give Dr. Lane a report every week. Most of those reports are based off of the meeting agenda items that they put together. And I'm pointing to Samantha because she's the only one here. But I think it's worked great. We haven't got quite to the tracking the students' interactions as much as we should have. I mean, we have the verbal stuff, but piggybacking off of Associate Superintendent Mondragon, there has to be more data to show that we're meeting those goals. And unfortunately, I don't have that part yet. So the interactions are there, but we need to start documenting it a little better, and that's the stuff we continue to work on. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Herrera?
Where's the warehouse?
The warehouse is actually located at the south end of town. If you haven't had a chance to come by, we have a whole yard there where our maintenance team has been able to put out most of our equipment from the other facilities.
Yeah, is it the food truck and all that on the right? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
That's us. That's our building. We're located there, and again, it gives us a little bit more unity over there. We don't have transportation out there yet, but we're working on it.
Yeah.
Have you gotten rid of those containers? I don't have a question, but I have a.
We have one more month with them. It's great, one more month.
I think,
Happy. Ma'am,
on the better food, I think it's something to look into, because just as of recent, I would say within the last couple of weeks, I think it's one of our charter schools, but a student is being punished for not eating the food presented to him at the school. And the parent apparently has gone back and forth with the teacher, and the child like sat in the office for 3 hours because he refused to eat. And he's athletic. She said like he'll eat when he's hungry, and you know, I just wonder how many of our students feel that way, you know, not wanting to eat the food, and are any of them being punished in any kind of way, or, you know, like what's the solution for this parent, you know? And the teacher even went as far as to like shame the student in the classroom and say, well, he doesn't eat the food because he probably gets McDonald's every day after school. And the parent was like, first of all, I don't even feed my kids McDonald's like regularly. And, you know, there was just brought up this, and then so parents were trying to make, you know, the food in certain schools, different schools, and, you know, back and forth. It just became this big old debate on cafeteria food, you know, and so I'm glad to hear that, you know, an adult who went into the school and had the food, and that you're honestly able to say, you know, that there are particular things that need improvement, and that, you know, if an adult, you know, has something to say, then a child, you know, could be, you know, feeling the same way. And so I just wanted to, you know, bring that up and say, you know, I'm glad that we're looking into better food.
Member Concha, if I may, I would hope that none of our principals would allow any kind of action like that in our schools.
Right.
I have never heard of that happening with any of our sites, and I would have hoped that we would hold them accountable if that was happening. However, I will tell you that Associate Superintendent Mondragon so our teams work together, like in Dr. Layton's cabinet. We intermingle. One of her departments is nursing. Nurse Benny leads that part of the department, and she's been with Christina, which is the nutrition supervisor, on, I don't wanna change the name of it, but it's a program that they're working on for, it's a health program that has to do with nutrition. I'll call it that for now until I get the proper words. One of the things they were looking at that Christina was talking about with me this week was looking at having recesses before lunches. And that's like something with the state that they're looking into, that you get kids to want to eat more food if they do something similar to that. So it's obviously being practiced somewhere. I don't think any of our sites are doing that as of now, or they might be that I don't know of, but those are some of the things that, again, through these meetings, we're able to get those ideas and share them interdepartment to where two entities can come together and come up with hopefully a better solution for the students to not only enjoy the food, but also benefit health-wise from it.
Right, yeah, even with the whole new athletic director and his take on nutrition and athletics and sports and things like that, I think all of that is super important. You know, that age-old concept of you are what you eat, you know, and the kids, you know, feeling tired or groggy or any of that, you know, all of that factors in what they eat in the morning and throughout the day. And so, yeah, I think, you know, better food is the way to go. Not necessarily that it's bad, but just really digging a little bit deeper into what nutrition in our schools really mean.
Well, last, the light thing, thank you for sharing that, because I saw this kid with a light waiting on the bus, and I kind of looked at him, and Mr. Herrera, you said, I was like, and that's really nice, and he was a high school kid. I mean, he was definitely not a middle schooler, and I was like, wow, there's a light, and I looked at him twice, and I thought, this is really interesting. So it's great that you are looking for safety, and I believe students appreciate being cared for, or almost the embracing, you know, even when they graduate, you know, they're still kids in their 20s, you know, you know, now you look back and it's like people say, oh, you're still a kid. And you're like, oh, I'm 21. You're still a kid. So, yeah, so that's great. That's great that you guys are looking out. Samantha, that's really nice. There's nothing like getting with staff and going around. And so, you know, when they tell you, you go, oh, yeah, I remember that turn, you know, and we do have some funny turns and towns in the roads for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr. Ritter, I just have a couple comments and question. One question, in regards to the purchasing of the uniforms, do we purchase, like safety boots for facilities or shoes for them as part of their uniform?
As of now, we don't, President Flores. What we did was we did Carhartt shirts, we did jackets, we're getting them gloves, some of those nice leather gloves. I do know that other government agencies do, in fact, do the boots. I know the town does, the county does. It's something I would like to look into. I'm just not sure exactly yet on exactly where we would get that funding from.
Definitely, so when I worked at the county, they set aside like $150 for safety boot purchases, and anything above that, the employee had to pay for the difference. Something to look at in regards to the facilities, you know, safety and moving heavy equipment, and then security, maybe, you know, walking through the snow or being out in the elements. I do know that we do our best to pay staff a healthy wage, but no shoes are pretty expensive. So just something to look into. Just thought I'd ask. I'd recommend that. I mean, and I totally support that. seen it done at, at other government agencies. But it is, funding and so forth. And then, I just wanted to commend you and, staff for riding the buses. I think that's awesome and amazing to actually, have staff, support the bus drivers, see what they go through, and, just kind of get more familiar with the roads and all that. And then, just the last comment, I just, again, like we commended, Ms. Maestas, I want to commend you for your leadership, being on the board for the many years I've been on the board and having gone to school with you and see you go get an education and come back and, start out as a teacher and work your way up and see you excel in the role that you're doing right now, I think is very commendable. And, as a board member and a colleague, also very proud of you for serving your community and being the leader that you are. So very appreciative of your work.
Me too.
President Flores, members of the board, I do want to make one commendation to Samantha. And I say this because in part of a lot of their meetings and, digging into what is going on, we found that we were not servicing a particular road called Straight Arrow Road. And a lot of the kids there need our services. And because of the due diligence of the departments, especially with Samantha as their supervisor, we are now maintaining that service. And so we know that the kids are now the ones that need it the most are coming to school because of the due diligence of our staff. So I would like to commend Samantha for that. Thank you.
Superintendent, how many kids? So how many kids now are included on that road?
On Straight Arrow Road?
Yeah,
I don't have the exact specific number for just that specific road.
the ballpark.
So ballpark, I would say maybe in that area, about 50 kids.
That's a lot.
If I could
How are they getting to school?
They were finding ways on their own and now they're not. We are
Were the
providing.
parents bringing them?
Wow.
Parents were bringing them from what I understand. And there was one shuttle service that was picking them up at K-Town, but they were arriving at school close to 9 o'clock in the morning.
If I could just comment, so I have an experience, I have a cousin that grew up in Settle and he grew up on a farm. And the only way he would make it to school was because the bus would go by his house, because his dad was not firm advocate for education for whatever reason, and he would put the kid to work on the farm rather than take him to school. So if it wasn't for that school bus that went through there to pick him up, he would have gotten an education. So it's very important that we provide that bus service for our students. Because there are some parents that don't value education like we would hope that they would. So thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Appreciate it.
And lastly, just to commend my cabinet for working so hard. There's a lot of work to be done. The cabinet have stepped up to the plate and they sometimes out of the comfort zone, but they have stepped up to the plate and we're really looking forward to doing more work for our district.
Awesome. Thank you, Superintendent.
It's very informative, yes.
I'd like to hear from you. I would like to hear from you. You're so important and you rarely have a chance. Sometimes we'd love to.
Yeah, so next meeting.
We want to hear what you really think on it.
On the minutes.
No, but you're so important to us and I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President. So item K is consent agenda. There are no items under the consent agenda. Item L is new business. L A, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of State of New Mexico Capital Appropriation Project grant for the purchase of two 2025 Bluebird school buses in total amount of $292,478. This is Samantha Martinez, Transportation Supervisor, and underneath that is a presentation on propane buses by Billy Romero from Rio Grande Propane.
Good afternoon, President Flores, members of the board. First of all, I want to thank you for recognizing the individuals who have lost a battle with cancer. My mother succumbed to her cancer, so it means a lot to me. I also want to congratulate you, President Flores, on your recognition for Citizen of the Year.
Unsung hero.
Unsung hero, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll go on with the presentation.
Okay.
So we did have approval from New Mexico Public Education Department for the purchase of two buses to replace two of our buses that have gone out of service. They've reached their retirement year. And that is what we're presenting.
Okay.
We've decided to try alternative fuel. We're gonna go with propane buses. after doing some research, I did invite, Mr. Billy Romero to come and speak on them. I've been working with him. I reached out to him because it's such a new avenue and he has a lot of information and he's been great and assisting us and trying to help us get set up with this new process that we're trying, so.
Thank you, Mr. Romero, for being present tonight and for weathering this long meeting. I do appreciate you and, we'll turn it over to you so we don't, waste any more time.
Well, I think somebody got back to me for not spending time in school when I was supposed to be here. Something far came back. First of all, congratulations on being an unsung hero. I know that it's a great honor and I think you were well deserving of it. So, Mr. President, members of the board, just for those of you that don't know me, my name is Billy Romero. I own Rio Grande Propane. Give you a little bit of my history. I'm the current chair of Construction Industries Commission for the state of New Mexico. I represent Liquefied Petroleum. I'm a past president of New Mexico Propane Gas Association, and New Mexico Propane Education Foundation. I served as one of their longest presidents that they've ever had. And with that, I started becoming interested in alternative fuels because of our industry. The other thing I want to say right now is, my son and my daughter are both some of your coaches for track and cross country. And so, I'm real interested in what happens in the school. So as we started looking at alternative fuels, or you guys did, when Samantha reached out to me, I was really surprised and honored that you guys, and I want to commend you on going in that direction, especially when there's a big push with electric powered vehicles now. Propane was considered a complete 85 or 6 years ago, just because it's a byproduct. But, the renewable propane right now is even looking at a renewable plant-based propane, which should hit New Mexico in about 2026. Just to give you a little bit of information here, propane buses are about 25% of the cost of an electric bus right now. And can last over 20 years. Grants and rebates are available, which when Samantha reached out to me and told me you guys are looking at propane buses, I put her in direct contact with our director. And he informed her that there's up to $35,000 in rebates right now in propane powered vehicles. Propane can be purchased in bulk when it comes to the school districts, which is going to substantially less than gas and diesel and electric. As a grid tires and we try to get cleaner, more substantial prices, price increases in electric are going to be seen across New Mexico in the near future. Propane refueling infrastructure is about 20% of the cost of an electrical charging system for these type of vehicles. A lot of concerns when you say propane is safety. New Mexico is one of the safest states in the nation when it comes to that. Our training facilities that we offer training to anybody that's handling propane. And if the school decides to go with putting in the refueling station, which I'm hoping you guys go in that direction and start using more propane powered vehicles, there's a lot of benefits to it. Propane is not an EPA required regulated product. And if there's ever a spill, it's a natural liquid that will not contaminate the soil or anything. It's not considered a greenhouse gas. So there's a lot of benefits through it. There's your return on your investment if you go with your own fueling station, and that would be something that we as an industry would be willing to help you guys start moving forward with. If you continue to add more and more buses that run on propane, the cost savings to you, your return would probably be within 6 years of your initial investment. And I'm sure there's gonna be further grants available for doing the infrastructure when it comes to propane, which is considered a clean fuel to burn. We need to, we need to remember that we're in a cold climate. And there's a big push to start doing electrifying buses and stuff. Well, they don't work as great as they're put out to be. We've seen that with Hertz in their car rental agencies. Propane buses for your activity buses. Because it's readily available throughout the state. You don't have to charge your bus halfway to get to it. I know that the school district is kind of strapped right now. We don't want to be spending, sending the kids for a 2-day trip to do a football game in Aztec, as an example, but, if you guys have any questions for me, I'm willing to talk to you even now or in the future, but as you guys move forward with this project, I would really, really like to see you guys moving into a direction where you're gonna be able to fuel your own vehicles and add to them. Propane's not limited to buses. Your vehicles that you use as far as like, I don't know if they provide you with a vehicle superintendent or not, but those cost savings would be really, really great. And we could set it up to where you don't have to go out through one of us propane suppliers. You can go direct to wholesalers. And I, as a Pausanian, would be looking to set you guys into that direction. My industry itself was kind of reluctant when I told them what I planned to do with it when I was presenting this, because I'm not in it for the profit. I'm in it for my community. I'm in it for the school. And you'll see that a lot of people within our industry are the same thing. So at this time, if you have any questions or anything else.
I do want to just add one thing, sir. As you can see, we were approved from the state to fund us for these 2 buses. There is a rebate, it's called a clean school bus rebate that, I'm in the process of trying to get the application going. I just need to get the credentials going, and I'm working with Ms. Tanya to get those. We can also use what the money that's allocated would have been allocated for buses to build the infrastructure, which is what we intend to do, which is what Mr. Romero is helping us get the information to do it that way.
That's very true.
And I believe that's what I was gonna ask, because we're gonna have our own pumps and our own infrastructure to house the propane. Do we have the site?
Or bus farm is what we're looking at.
Oh, you have that, I'll figure it out, okay. Then
And
I'm
just
fine.
so that you're aware, when, if you look at Peñasco schools, for example, they have their big storage facility, the big propane tank out there. So these would have to follow state regulations as far as when it comes to setting it up. And like I always emphasize this, that we are the safest industry when it comes to propane in the United
Okay, thank you.
What are we, Samantha, what are we talking? Appreciate it, Billy. The rebate, what is the rebate? Ballpark,
$35,000 per bus.
okay. That says per bus. And then
So the infrastructure, from what I'm understanding, I've checked with other districts to see what they utilize, correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, it's a concrete slab, they told me, with some posts. It has to be fenced because it's around the school district, so nobody can get near it. And then, we need to have an electrical contractor come set up for an electric pump. We were speaking about certifications, last meeting we had, to fill it, we'd have to get the drivers or the mechanic certified, whoever's gonna be filling the buses.
And for that part of it, being that the school district will be filling their own buses, there's no special licensing. We will provide the training for you through the New Mexico Propane Gas Association. We do this, so when you're coming to do your filling station, and I should have brought some information with me, it's just like a, regular gas pump. Okay, it'd be set up with what I would recommend is a 12,000. The reason for that is because when you buy transport loads of propane, it's a lot cheaper than buying. Some school districts set these up with 1,000 gallon tanks or 2,000 gallon tanks. At that point, you're going back into the bidding process of having propane delivered every, month or every couple of months. This way you could go in
get $10,000, 10,000 gallons or 9,000 gallons off of a transport going through a wholesaler, the savings is gonna be a lot more. And the bidding, and if it does go out to bid, you're gonna be dealing directly with a wholesaler. You won't have to go through Kit Carson, you won't have to go through Rio Grande Propane, you won't have to go through none of the majors. And, you know, with the contacts that we have throughout the industry, there's only a handful of suppliers, and we would do that directly through you guys. So other school districts have done it in the past when they do it for cleaning and stuff.
There is also an annual rebate on the cost of fuel. At the end of the year, we have to, of course, keep track of what we spent and everything. And, it's 32 cents per mile is the rebate, I believe, right now, from what I read, for this year. So, of course, we're not gonna get that this year because we're getting a little bit later. These buses, from what I understand, right now, buses are taking over a year to manufacture. For the artillery, bus services, they told us they could have these buses within, 6 to 8 months. So it'll be a little bit faster than these ones.
I'm sorry, Mr. Orr. I said, we ever get that number of how much it would be for the fueling station?
Your infrastructure, I haven't really gotten into it, but you're looking at somewhere between $80,000 to $100,000.
Okay.
Okay, it may be lower than that, but you know, when you start looking, okay, we're already getting $70,000 off of back from as a rebate.
Right.
It could be used for your infrastructure. When you start looking at your return on your investment on what wholesale propane is gonna cost you, because this is where it's a little bit above my pay grade. I don't know what kind of taxes, road taxes and stuff the school would have to pay. But, you know, the savings there could be depending on the amount of gallons that you're gonna use. Now, if you're only gonna buy 2 buses and don't have plans on moving forward with this, the infrastructure may be a little higher, return may be a little longer, but we're starting to see more and more school districts throughout the United States go towards propane. So, you know, when you look at electric bus, even breakdowns and finding somebody that works on them, no one really knows of an activity bus, for example, or a school bus. And I just got back, when Samantha contacted me, initially I was on my way to Florida to a summit. And that's when I got more information to come back with, but, the electric side of it, they're finding in rural areas doesn't work as well as government really wants us to believe it will.
This is great information. I really appreciate it.
We're all learning right
Yeah,
now.
that's education, right?
Any other questions? I have a couple questions. Do we know the miles per gallon on a propane bus? That's gonna be something that you get through Tillery, but I can tell you our vehicles, because even in our industry, we use propane powered vehicles. You know, 50% of my fleet is on propane right now. The mileage, horsepower and everything is exactly the same. There was an old myth back when we were growing up that propane vehicles didn't have no power or anything. Well, that was when you used to have a lead in your gasoline so that the valve guides and all of that would, you know, would not get over, because propane is burned hotter than that. But the new motors are being designed for propane use. There's even a manufacturer now that I just found out about. We're going to be ordering a truck from next year, but they're designing motors for propane, not a gas motor that's going to be run on propane, but an actual design motor for propane. And you're going to start seeing the industry, the car manufacturers going more and more in that direction.
And President Flores, so when I spoke with Tillery on the gas mileage, he indicated it's 200 miles per bus, like, before fill. So it would be 200 miles before we have to fill it up. When we looked at the electric, they told us it would be 80 miles between charges, depending on.
And then the other question I had would be like, you mentioned, Mr. Romero, the use of activity buses. So if we went out of town and needed to fill up, how would we coordinate and navigate that?
Instantly.
almost every propane company has the ability to do motor fuel. I mean, we're actually we've gone a little bit above what we normally do, so that when new buses come in, you're not gonna have to
Yes,
be
and they
waiting
do great.
for. So, you know, I'm gonna say 95% of the propane companies out there have a way for you to fill your buses. Either we take a truck out to you, or you can pull in the bottles out to do it. So it's, you know, Texas is really big on motor fuel. And they even got them like at your local gas stations where you fill up yourself. New Mexico, the reason we're not there yet is because we require special licensing to do it through like gas stations or even ourselves. So, but when it comes to school districts or, farming, or you don't need to have that same license to fill. But, you know, as far as safety is concerned, we would like to get your people trained on how to do this properly.
Question for the superintendent. So if we went with these buses and we tried to train staff at our bus barns to fuel this, would there be any possibility of pay increase for additional training?
Well, President Flores, is something we can look into, but it would also be part of the CBA, so we'd have to consider, you know, those negotiations.
Okay. And then the other question I have, so you mentioned that the state will fund these buses, so the state is paying for this? Or they come out-
These buses, so, the state, does this, so, the school bus has a lifespan of 12 years. After 12 years, the state, gives us an award letter so we can replace the buses. And, they help fund them over, we do, they're contractors, it's the same thing. They get an award letter, where the school districts will flow through for that, they get like a rental fees for 5 years, but they're tied to us for 12 years. So, when they expire, we can no longer run those buses on a route, because it's considered expired, you know, we can't use them anymore. So the state does give us the approval and they give us the funding for it.
I got one more thing is Moriarty schools already have propane powered bus. Most Luna schools have already gotten propane powered buses. I think they've got, I talked to Carl, who owns one of the propane companies up there, and I think they're up to 5 buses already. So it is a trend.
Yeah, I think that was gonna be my next question, if there were any other districts.
And
within the
when
state.
I did, speak with, the financial specialist for the Transportation Bureau of the state, I questioned that because I wanted to know, what are the districts doing, what's working, what's not working? And she indicated to me that most districts are going to propane route. Most of her approval letters have been for propane.
Any other, no more questions, comments?
Sounds like to me, makes sense.
Okay, so this is, an item for approval, to move forward with.
President Flores, members of the board, I recommend that, the approval of the State of New Mexico Capital Appropriation Project Grant for the purchases of 2 2025 Bluebird School buses in the total amount of $292,470, as presented by Transportation Supervisor Samantha Martinez.
Okay, we have a recommendation from the superintendent. I just have one, real quick discussion. Superintendent, so with the purchase of these buses, it looks like we're gonna need to get some infrastructure in place. What is kind of the tentative plan for that?
Defer that one to Marcos on this one.
And I guess it would go out by the bus barn, I'm assuming.
It'll go at the bus stand, but we don't actually need the complete infrastructure for that yet.
So we're set, so we use WEX cards is what we use for our fuel system. They're like the state issued gas cards. Right now, Mr. Romero, because we've tried using them at all the other propane facilities, but they're not set up because it's not coded as fuel. Mr. Romero is coded to do that, so we can fill at his facility, we can purchase from him using our WEX cards until the infrastructure is complete. So we do have that as a plan B.
And do we have a plan to get the infrastructure installed at some point?
We do. So Samantha said will take place at the barns, which basically entails a slab and a couple of things. It's not as intricate as it sounds. But we'll actually update you guys the actual fund, but it looks like probably through, Ali.
And possible timelines on that?
I could probably get a turnaround of what it would look like. I could, because actually we had to bring in a person for that.
I think, and we're fine for that rebate, so we're, you know, a lot of it depends on how long it's going to take to get the rebate. Then we can go forward with what the plan is.
Thank you for, how much did you say that infrastructure will run again? Is it
So we don't have,
$100,000?
we don't have an exact quote, we're guesstimating it could be up to $100,000.
Thank you.
I've reached out to several contractors, many of the contractors I did reach out to ask, are requesting like the blueprint, they need us to, and they don't feel confident that they didn't know enough about the propane field to do that yet, to give me that information, but which is why I reached out to Mr. Romero. And he's been really great at, and his guys, everybody there has been really great at giving us information and working with us. And, when they find out anything new, they reach out to us, well, this is what I just found out, because this is a new thing for all of us.
If I may, Mr. Romero has just informed me, being the expert on this part, the licensing, planning, all of that part would take us up to 9 months. So we're looking at something towards next year for this part to be actually completed, because there's a lot of steps that go into it. Like I said, the structure itself doesn't seem to be too intricate, but obviously you're dealing with the field, so the state has their requirements, and he's the expert in all of this.
So it's gonna, so what would happen is, when you guys decide to move forward with this, I'm gonna be a liaison for you guys more than anything. And I take burritos too. So, Not a burger. yeah, the green.
And it's recording.
So anyhow, what we would do is, you know, there's only certain people that do this, LPG Enterprises, a guy out of Santa Fe. So the storage facility itself would be a 12,000 gallon storage tank. I've already got feelers out on that. We've got you guys something that we could talk to with that. We have to submit a set of plans to the state for approval, and what that requires is setting this on slab, making sure the piping and everything meets code. Even if the school could circumvent that, we would still want to do that for safety reasons. And that's not a large cost as far as the permitting process. It would take doing a site plan, and getting the permits in place. Like I say, there's only a handful of people that do something this big. It's kind of like doing a storage facility at our propane companies.
With the
And so
infrastructure.
you don't want to put a rush on this. You want to make sure it's done right.
Most definitely.
Board's permission, we would like to.
What if he's gonna do?
No, the infrastructure, would it have to go out to bid? It would probably have to go out. to
Oh, yeah.
bid.
Yeah.
Everything that, it'll, okay.
So, in regards to the presentation, and I'm not hearing more questions, we have a recommendation from the superintendent. As president, will make a motion to approve this with a contingency that we start the planning process for the infrastructure immediately on this. So as part of my motion, I will move to approve the purchase of 2025 Bluebird school buses in the amount of $292,478. These are propane buses, contingent that we move forward with the immediate planning for the installation of the necessary infrastructure.
Second.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trio,
Yes.
Vice President Sprague,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Billy.
Thank you guys. If you have any
Thank you,
more
Billy.
questions.
Billy, come here, please. I have to go by your place to, this is not anything weird for propane. He delivers. His son, he's got his son delivered, but it saves me coming to your shop tomorrow. Thank you. Here's your gas to come here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, bye.
Okay, moving right along is item Al B, discussion, consideration, and possible approval for project Lead the Way, supplies for biomedical science program, grades 9 through 12. Mrs. Melissa Eager, Director of Federal Programs, in the amount of $32,459.79.
Thank you for staying so long.
President Flores, members of the board, Dr. Layton, and community members. Thank you so much for taking this under consideration. So many of the things that I bring to you are supplies to support the amazing work that our teachers are doing. Ms. Margot Valdez oversees the Perkins grants and Next Gen grants. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the CTE programs that we have working at Taos High. We have several career clusters. There's principles of biomedical sciences, metal fabrication, computer science, restaurant, food and beverage, teacher education, and agribusiness systems, so sustainable ag. The CTE program at Taos High was visited by the state, was sort of a surprise visit, and we got to go on a tour that was led by Ms. Margot, and they were very impressed with what we were offering students and other alternative pathways for kids to be successful in contributing to the community. What you have before you is the purchase of Project Lead the Way curriculum to support the biomedical sciences program at Taos High.
Awesome. I did review this and I was going through the supplies you're gonna be ordering. I see cow eyes.
Yeah, I saw that.
I could provide that. I saw pig kidney. And then I saw sheep brains.
Yeah, I did too.
And, yeah, and another, pure pig kidneys.
All of the salad.
Sounds, pretty interesting and, it's, you know, the biomedical science field is one of those fields that, we need, you know, in regards to, and I'm not gonna get into it because I'll probably misspeak, but, it's an important field. So I did review this. I think it's very interesting. Does the district, the board have any questions regarding?
I just had one quick one. I'm sorry, I don't know what next generation funds are.
So those at the state flow through grant to support CTE in New Mexico.
Okay, thank you. I hadn't heard that before. Thank you.
I don't have any, questions. Does the board have any questions? Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, sir. I recommend that, under new business B, the approval of project Lead the Way supplies for the biomedical science program grades 9-12 in the amount of $32,459.79 as presented by Director of Federal Programs, Melissa Eager.
We have a recommendation. The board entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
We have a second.
I'll second. Okay.
I think board member Concho's first.
So we got a motion for approval by Vice President Cynthia and a second by Member Concha. Madam Clerk, call for the roll.
Board Member Concha?
Yes.
Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo?
Yes.
Vice President Gray?
Yes.
President Flores?
Yes. And item, thank you, Ms. Eager.
Yes.
Thank you to Ms. Margot.
And Ms. Margot, thank you for sticking around for so long and appreciate all your work. Item C of new business, transfer of government property to Roots and Wings, 64 gigabyte Chromebooks nearing end of life, estimated value of $68 a Chromebook, total value of $4,080. Ms. Maria Gentet, Director of IT and Communications.
Good evening again. This is the last that I have to request transfer of government property. It's 60 devices, they're 4 gigabytes. They're nearing end of life. We paid for them out of ECF funding and it was no cost to the district. And Roots and Wings could use these devices.
Superintendent?
Yes, President Flores, members of the board, recommend approval of the transfer of government property to Roots and Wings of 64 gigabyte Chromebooks, estimated value total of $4,080 as presented by Director of IT Communications, Ms. Maria Gentet.
We have a recommendation for approval. Would the board entertain a motion for approval?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Gray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes.
That's what Maria wants, Maria, guess.
Item
Thank
M, executive session, MA pursuant to section 10-15-1H4 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. To discuss personally identifiable information about individual students, specifically for the superintendent to advise the board regarding interventions provided as required by Attendance for Success Act. And students formally withdrawn due to being absent for as many as 10 consecutive school days despite interventions. For the record, the time is 10:26 PM. I will make a motion to enter into executive session to discuss the item stated.
Second.
Madam Clerk, call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Gray,
Yes.
President Flores.
That's a good thing. Oh, good thing, no.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Never had a long meeting, though. Yeah.